I'm trying to figure out how to put a little picture on each scene so I can show what I'm working on today. Let's see. Image. Okay. Um, Probably making this a lot more difficult than it needs to be. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to start work today. Running a little bit behind on everything. But I hope everything is at least set up and it should work now. Still not quite sure what I'm doing, but I'm getting there. For today, the very first thing I'm going to do is I did get feedback on the wings. So the little shorter wing is what we're going with right now. Once I make the hair for Lan, then we will readjust and see if that wing is too small, too big, or anything like that. But for now, we're going to stick with that wing right there. So I'm going to use that when I create the hair to just kind of see where everything fits. But I did get feedback on the wing. I'm not wildly fond of the shape of it right here. And then the Lan's owner asked me to make it a little shorter as well. So I'm actually going to take this wing off and just reuse it to make the version 2 wing. So I can unpin that there. So rather than making an entire separate wing, I'm just going to cut open the little end here, flip it, and then sew a new line where I'm going to try version 2 on this wing. After that, I do have another little guy to work on, Helpy the robot. So I'm going to do, I think, the majority of that patterning today if I can get away with it. And then I do need to make some bats or narwhals for the little store that I sell in person because my stock there is getting really, really low. And I am paying for the shelf space, so I want to make sure that I actually have things there. So I will then I'm probably going to be making the narwhals just because they go quicker and I can make a bunch of them to deliver to the store this week. But after I work on these guys, I do really need to get some of those narwhals done, which aren't the most exciting thing, but I'm going to try and get some of them today. So that was the batting that I put in there just to give it a little bit of form, just a tiny little bit. I'm going to reuse that when I recut this to a new size. Normally I would wash all of that ink off, let the wing dry, and then sew again on top of that. But I forgot to ask how the wing was looking until yesterday, and at that point I was just too tired and too busy to come back in here and wash this all off to let it dry for today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just draw over top of it with a different color, and then if it doesn't look good in the pictures, I will then if it doesn't look good in the pictures, I will then draw over the proper lines with just a marker on like Paint Tool Si or something like that. Okay. So this is going to be the smallest bit today, probably, just redoing this wing. And then the majority of the day, I'm probably going to be working on Helpy the robot. I do have I've asked a question to Helpy's owner about the wiring for the legs. So I'll have to wait for that to come back. But for the body and the head, I can at least get started on those. Those are going to be very, very simple shapes. It's all squares. So I'm just going to basically create the square and then draw on top of it where I want the face to be. And from there, the eyes are probably going to take more than anything else, just because I've got a little bit of fabric that I want to make for them. Fabric with stripes in it. So I'm going to stripe my own fabric and then put that down for the eyes. So a little bit of an applique, but more intense than my normal appliques. So, okay. But the wing first, which really is not going to take that long at all. I do have one of my phones with me today. I'm not doing anything embroidery, so I took down my phone so I can use it as an actual phone, so that's really exciting. And let's see, where did I put the wing picture? So I did kind of draw on my phone what I want the new wing to look like. And then they asked for it a little shorter as well. So I'm going to do that at the same time. So, oh, that is hard to see my phone. Okay, well, does that work? Let's see. Yeah, close enough. Okay. So I am going to shorten it up a bit here. Let's see, I want to maybe take it to here, I'm thinking. Maybe right there. Because I do want this angle to come down much more severely than what I had going on there. It didn't look right once it was put out there. I do want that extreme angle just for the edge. So I might do something more like that for the angle. And then I am going to take it in by, let's see, I could do a full inch, which would be right here. I could do half an inch there. So before I go ahead and actually do that, I'm going to get my pins. Wherever I put them, there they are. And I just want to fold it over. If I do, well, let me see, let's do the full inch first. Let's see. And then this edge is not going to be there, so it is going to be about right there. Let's see what it looks like on the front. So the wing just barely sticks out above the arm there. I think I'm going to do the full inch. I'm going to take this wing in a full inch. This is undoable later on if I decide it doesn't look right. But I am going to sew in a full inch and then also make that more extreme change right there. So we're going to see if that works. And okay. This is probably the view that I should just leave it on all day. No, but I'm not going to use my sewing machine, so I guess I will swap back and forth in between. Yeah. Okay, so I got to turn my machine on because I'm not fully set up for the day. Whoops. Oh well. I'm getting paid to make plushies, not be a professional streamer. Hi, Sunday! I'm working just on Land's wing today. That'll be it, so this is not going to take me too long. Most of the day I'm going to be parenting a new robot plushie today. So, just real quick stitch up on this one and then I can take some pictures, and then I will be moving on to making a brand new plushie that I haven't started yet. So, that'll be the most of the day. Okay, well, my machine is started up, so I am just going to have a really big, easy to pull out stitch on this one later on if I need to. Okay, so I've got a much more extreme curve there on the edge of that. That I am going to cut, so because this much fabric would just cause issues being tucked inside. But this part here I'm going to leave as is, and that's the nice big stitch. I did shorten the wing by an entire inch there, so if that is too short, I want to be able to pull that out and go back to maybe my half-inch area. So scissors were put away because I cleaned my shit. I did not remember to post on social media. Nope. Whoops. I did put on my to-do list to make the little, like, graphics for it. I didn't do that. I was working on wedding stuff the entire weekend. But it's at least on my to-do list. And, I can put that post up real quick. Let's see. Yeah, I do want to make something kind of fancier. Today I just put up the robot that I'm going to be working on, so that's on Twitter now. Thank you for the reminder. I really like how people on Twitter have like their entire weekly schedule, and then they can pin that. I don't know what my schedule would be because mostly it's just making plushies Monday through Friday. But I do like that idea, and I want to do some kind of a slightly fancier graphic eventually. Okay, there's my much shorter new wing. Flip that little guy over. I am going to have to cut off some of this batting just to get that right shape because it's now a lot more of an extreme angle. But there we go. And it's a little bit shorter as well, so I'm going to trim off a bit on that end. There we go. I can stuff that in there. Gotta get tools for this. Okay. Oh, I frequently overwhelm myself. Yes. That is probably what I am doing right now as well. Yeah. Okay, so there's my wing. And I'm going to move these lines around. This top line is fine. But I want the green to be a little bit longer, so I'm going to just put that little line right there. And then this is supposed to be centered, so I'm going to move that over. Let me say about there. Yeah, I'm going to say those black lines look a little bit better. Oh, already got ink all over my fingers. Today's off to a great start. Yeah, baby steps. I tend to overcomplicate things, just as who I am as a human being. Like, I know what I want to do on things, and then if I can't get them to that stage perfectly on the first try, I get frustrated by it. So, yeah, that's probably what I'm doing now. It's like I know what I want for like the advertisements and the Twitch announcements and everything like that, but then actually doing it is a lot of work. And I don't have all the time to dedicate to actually making it perfect, so then I just don't do the thing at all. So there we go. That's the new wing. That is all I'm doing for land today, just that one wing. The ear wing is a good size for now. That may change once I put the hair in, but I need the size of the wing, like, or the position of the wing first before I can create the hair. So that's good for now, and then we'll readjust if the hair covers it or it doesn't look right with the hair afterwards. But the back wing, I didn't like the first angle. The owner of land agreed with me and then asked for the wing to also be a little bit shorter. So that's what I did there. I took the full inch off. I'm going to take pictures of this and send it to them tonight and then see if that looks better. If it is, I'll leave it as is, and then I can go ahead and create the hair next. So hair, the tail is going to have a couple of different features, like it has little stars on it. Those I'm going to save until after the hair because I think the hair is going to take a little bit longer to get right. And once I have the hair, then we can also do the visor for the eyes. So the whole top half of the plushie will be finished at that point. So, yep, I'm going to set this guy aside and I'm going to start on Helpy. Which I think I've got this set up. To where I can go like this. Yeah. The wings are probably going to just be fixed in that position. I could probably make them posable by running some wire through them. I haven't offered that as an option though, because I hadn't thought of it. I do have a bunch of wire. I'm working on wires for Helpy, the little robot down there. His arms and legs and little antenna are going to be attached with wire. So I'm already working with wire on that. I probably could just offer, like, hey, if you want the wings to be posable, I can run some wire through them. Especially with the way that I currently have the wings stuffed with that layer of batting in there. That's pretty easy to attach some wire to just keep it in place. So an option, I will offer that to Land's creator tonight and see what he says. So, actually, I am going to go to just show the full table for now because I am not going to be stitching quite yet. I'm going to mostly be drawing for this part. Okay, so the head is going to be about 5 inches square. So I need to grab, where's my working paper? There we go. Now I'm not going to just cut like a 5-inch square for a pattern piece. I'm actually going to make the pattern piece. And that's because I want to include a seam allowance around the edge of it. And because the fabric tends to stretch, I'm going to not make an actual square. I'm going to make the sides a little bit narrower, just so that when it stretches, it goes back out to 5 instead of going 5.5 past there. So I am going to create that little shape there. I'm only taking off a tiny bit of the square though, because I want it to actually be a square shape. I'm not going to stuff it full of stuffing like I did Lan. I'm actually going to use more of that quilt batting. The same thing that I put inside the wing. It's basically stuffing but as a sheet. So I'm going to make a bunch of layers of this. Just layer it up multiple times so that all said and done, it's going to be 5 inches thick, but it'll keep its square shape. It's not going to stretch and try to turn into a round ball. So I don't need to do too much compensation for the stretch because the stuffing isn't going to have as much stretch as a normal plushie would. Yeah, the reference image good. I figured I was doing lots of talking about things, and I know what they look like because I'm the one who's seen them, but nobody else has seen them. So I'm not sure about, like I didn't put up a picture of Lan because I didn't actually draw any of the reference images for Lan. I did get a reference image from Helpy's owner, but then I also drew up my own little version to put in the listing. Because I don't like using other people's art in my own shop listings. So I did that myself, so I just took the background off of it and put it up as the reference there. Hi Judo, good morning! Or almost afternoon, good, almost afternoon. Okay, so that's my seam allowance. 1/4 inch, and then I want this to be a 5-inch tall head, so I'm going to draw that in. And technically this ruler is 5.5. I'm going to not use that as my measurements though, because I don't actually want, like, the fabric's going to stretch side to side, so I don't want a 5-inch square to be 5 by 5. I actually want it to be 5 by 4 and 3/4. So I'm going to just measure across 4 3/4. Just taking off the tiniest little bit to compensate for that stretch. And then I need to put my seam allowance onto the edges of things again, because that's going to be where I sew. Okay. Oh yeah, when I am making things for fabric, as a general rule, if you are stuffing them completely firm, like with Lan here, where there's not a lot of squish to it, it keeps its form, that Minky is going to stretch about 30%. So if you want it to be something like one, or like, I'll say 10 inches. If you want it to be 10 inches wide, you actually only make it 7 inches, and then that piece is going to stretch. So there's a lot of rules to it. Because I am not stuffing things into this robot like this, and I'm using something that's already pre-formed inside, I don't have to compensate as much. So instead of taking off 30%, I'm just taking off a 1/4 of an inch. So tiny, tiny little bit off the edge. And that will be on all of these pieces that stretch. And I'm going to just make a reminder for myself. The stretch goes that direction and the fur goes down that way. Oh, rulers. Yes. This is the main ruler that I use. This is actually a quilting ruler so that you can see through it. In general, I use this one. I do have some smaller little guys, rectangle little guy for any, or diamonds for anytime I need to do angles, little square one for anything small. And then when I'm doing embroidery designs, I also have my centimeter and inch rulers, and I've got two of those that I can then use, and they bend so that I can go around curves if I need to. The other thing I will do sometimes is thread, because if I need to go around something incredibly curvy, I will actually just take it like a piece of string or a piece of thread, do that, and then straighten it out to measure how long it is. I also do something that's called walking the edges when I'm measuring things, and let me pull out some other different pattern pieces. Yeah, like I have these two pieces that were made for a stuffed animal's face. I did that last Thursday. That's this little guy here. I put the little yellow face on him. There are some changes I want to make to this one, but I'm not going to make them today because this one's just kind of a future project. But for this guy, the side of the face is right here. And then the face gusset, or that centerpiece in between the two sides, goes right here. So in order to make sure that those two lines match up, one is straight and one is curved, basically you just touch them together and then slowly rotate, moving along until you get to the end. And I didn't line them up right, but you line them up so that eventually when you rotate them, the two will touch at both sides. So a lot of my measuring is also just done with like bits of paper next to each other, and then you have to go through, and to get this full length again, you might have to start drawing like a straight line and then rotate it through to get that line as well. So yeah, there's a lot of little tiny fiddly measurements and changing things. Helpy, luckily, is mostly square, so that one's going to be fairly quick. Like that's his entire face pattern. For his entire head, all of the pieces, all 6 sides of his head are going to use this piece. The bottom is going to have a hole cut into it so that I can attach his body to it. But all the pieces are going to be that way. And then let's see. No, I'm going to do it this way. Probably should have drawn my line in a different location. I'm going to move that down here. Scribble that out. There we go. So the single arrow, that's just the direction that the fabric brushes nicely. The double-sided arrow is the direction that stretches side to side. Just little notes for myself there. But for this one, I'm going to do the face on this one. So I want to draw in the mouth and eyes where they're going to be. And the mouth is going to just go right up to the edge, which is this inside line, not the outside line. And I'm going to make it about, I think about that big. I'll have to, when I'm finished with this sketch, I am going to go to the computer and actually trace the bits out there. So I'll make sure that this is actually centered and straight there. But he's got 3 little sections of his mouth, so I'm going to sketch in something like that. You know, I have not seen Invader Zim in probably decades. I know the basic shape, so yeah, about that same shape, but I can't actually recall exactly like what Zim looks like. I know he's very stylized and cartoony, but I don't remember what he looks like. Huh. Yeah, the very square shaped heads and the little bodies. Okay, so that's about my center line. The eyes are huge, take up the majority of the face. So I want to be pretty close to that line there. So let me see if that... That looks pretty good. So I'm looking at the actual reference image that was sent, not my little sketch that I drew up quick. But it's pretty much the same idea there. So these guys, nice little round face there. The eyes are actually, this is going to be the most complicated part of this little guy, in that the eyes have shines on them. So I'm actually going to be doing that with a couple different fabric colors. Instead of doing it like embroidered on top, what I'm going to be doing is actually using 2 different fabric colors. Something like this. These are not the right colors. This is too purple. I'm going to use a slightly more blue one. But I'm basically going to take the 2 fabrics and cut a little strip of them, so that then I can stripe the 2 colors together into those shines on the eye. Do what part in resin? Do the eyes in resin? I could. It wouldn't be as nice or as soft and fluffy though. And they would also be much more expensive. If I'm doing resin work, that's a lot more expensive than me just striping some fabric. I do work with resin, not for this plushie though. So this one's gonna just be all minky. The only thing on this one that isn't gonna be soft and squishy is I am making the limbs with wire. So that's essentially going to look something like this, where it is a fabric covered wire and it will be posable. So you'll be able to pose his limbs and his antenna just with the wire there. Everything else is going to be soft and squishy though. So there's my eye shape. There's my face shape. This is just my sketch though. I do want to transfer this somewhere else. Let me see what the shines look like for certain. I've got a little corner up here that's going to be the dark color. And then this shine comes to the bottom. I have to keep walking over to my laptop to squint at this. Just want to make sure I get everything right looking. Yep, so then this comes up. I'm going to have another small strip there. And then something like that. There we go. So that's going to be Those are going to be the eye shines there. So I've got my dark, my light, my dark, my light, and my dark again. The fabric I'm going to make is going to have these stripes, but then it's actually going to be appliqued down on top of the face with just stitches like embroidery on top there. So I just need these pieces, but I need to make them a little bit longer just so that my embroidery machine has something to catch. So I'm going to pull out my second sheet of paper here. And then so even though that tiny corner's right there, I am going to make it a little bit bigger. Maybe I'll cut a triangle that much fabric. And then I need to add a seam allowance on this edge because that's what I'm stitching to. So that's going to be dark, and I'm going to put number 1 there, and I'm going to put number 1 there. This is 2, this is 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then my light one here. That's going to be at that angle. And then I need my seam allowance on both of these edges. And I want to go past some on each edge as well, because that'll be what my machine grabs. This is light number 2, so I'm going to add that information there. Dark 3 is going to be this tiny little one. So it's going to be mostly seam allowance. This one's going to be fun to sew. Hey, Gary! I am working on Helpy right now, actually, so that's really exciting. So if something does end up looking not right, let me know. Right now I'm just putting together a test version though, so I'm probably going to be using just gray and let's see, I've got pink and yellow fabric on hand, so I'm going to just make an eyeball that's probably yellow today with pink stripes through it, just to make sure that this fabric works out before I actually make the real shape there. So this is now my light one. And then, okay, so that'll be my light number 4. And I have to add seam allowance onto that one as well. And then dark number 5. Yeah, like that. Because I only have to add seam allowance onto this one side. The rest, I just want extra fabric so that my machine can grab that. So, quick little sketch around it. But then the actual shape is going to be about here. Okay, that is dark number 5. And now I get to grab my ruler because this is going to be the seam allowance. And I do actually use the ruler for the seam allowance when I can, when it's straight lines, because then there's just less mistakes overall. Actually, that side didn't need seam allowance. That's just my extra. But this side does. Okay. So there's my seam allowance for that piece. I need a little bit of seam allowance on this one. 2 needs seam allowance on both sides, and that is very close to the paper. Probably should have moved that one back a little bit just to have the space there, but I didn't, so whatever, it worked out. That one, my seam allowance I drew was totally off. D3. And then the other side of that one as well. So that one's going to be very, very tiny. That one is mostly seam allowance, but it's going to end up being a very tiny stripe right in there. And there we go. Okay, so those are my eye pattern pieces. And that one kind of hit the edge of the paper, but that is fine. Okay. Now I grab my paper scissors. I also put away this weekend because I'm really well organized at shit like that. And I want to make sure, because everything is going to have that fur from the Minky running down, I want to make sure that it all runs the same direction. So I'm going to line them up and make sure the arrow on them is how it's supposed to be. I don't want to rotate these guys so that the fur goes in every direction there. So that is L2, that goes right there, and its fuzz goes down as well. D3 is on that angle. My tiny little guy. The light 4 one is just about as small. It gets a little bit wider at the bottom though. There we go. There's there. That arrow goes down as well. And last one. And that one just goes straight down to the bottom there. Okay, so those are all of my eyeball parts. And I can get rid of all my little extra bits. I'm not going to cut out the headpiece quite yet because I do want to make sure that the eye works and lines up, and then I'm going to go and cut that fabric to put the eye on to make sure that everything fits and it's the right size. So everything just kind of gets set aside for now. That goes back to the robot bucket. There we go. And now I find scrap fabric. Okay. Let's see what I have in my bucket first. I do have some gray. Those are fairly nice ones. Okay, a lot of these are still my nice fabrics, which I don't want to quite use on a test version. But I do have some little bits there. And I can throw those guys back in because they're all good as well. I don't know if I want to use gray because gray is going to be the test color for the body just because I've got big giant pieces of gray that I can use. So I might just hold off on those and pull out some other yellow. Okay, here's my other small bits of yellow. And fuzz goes down. Fuzz goes down. Let's see. Doesn't really matter if I do the light or the dark in the yellow. Let's see. But I can use orange, so I'll use the orange for the dark, I think. I'm going to do light in my yellow there. So that goes away. I don't need my ruler anymore. And this is going to go down. That is the perfect size. Okay. Fantastic. It was meant to be. Take out my little pieces and put things away. There we go. Okay, so there's the little light piece. Here's my second light piece. Little things are much smaller than my my pattern weights are even. Come on. Missed a spot. Okie dokie. The prototypes. So not a lot of the prototypes. I've drawn all these lines on there and everything. Once this is all finalized and this shape is determined to be the right shape, I'm actually going to go and cut all of these little bits apart so that I can get my pattern pieces like this. So there aren't really shiny versions left unless it's a very, very simple pattern. Like if I have no issues with it whatsoever, if I don't have to cut the bits apart, then it survives. For the most part, though, I murder my prototypes. Okay, I didn't even have to touch that little bit of yellow, so that's going to go back into the fabric closet. And I'm going to do orange for those 3 little dark spots. And it goes down that way. Okay. Yeah, there is a lot of murder that goes into making stuffed animals. I do have a few plushies that what I'll do is I'll make the body type, like I'll make it out of white or something like that, so that then if somebody wants their plushie in that form, I can just draw lines on it. And those ones generally survive just because I use them over and over again. But they are also well-established patterns, not things I'm making from scratch. Oh, you know what? This eye is actually going to be backwards. I might have fucked that up. So I'm going to just make it as is right now, but I was actually supposed to flip over the pattern pieces because I'm tracing on the back of the fabric, not the front. So all of these pieces are now mirror imaged. So whoops to that. But this is also just a test, so it doesn't super matter. If nothing works out, then I will have wasted nothing. There we go. Ah, missed that corner. Free it there. Yeah, so that's a absolute tiny piece. That is mostly seam allowance there. So I use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. This is 3/4 of an inch. So there is going to be seam allowance, a tiny stripe, and then another seam allowance on there. That is a very small little shape there. Oh, that has a cut in it. I think that'll be fine. That should just be in the extra fabric that's going to get cut off anyways. So it should be okay that I've already got a little cut there. Yeah, just the tiniest little cuts. Okay. So there's my eyeball bits. Because these are so gosh darn tiny, I am not going to pin them together. I am just going to layer them up and sew straight lines down them. If they had curves, maybe I would pin them. But right now, if I pinned, I'd be warping the fabric more. I'd be causing more problems than I'd actually solve. So this is all going to be made by just laying them on top of each other and holding them in place. Hi, Alt! Okay, let's see. Let's see if I remember how to do this OBS thing. Okay. And I can bring these pattern pieces back over. Just so I remember exactly what I'm working on where. This is 5. I'm going to attach that to 4. And I want that to be right there. So it gets flipped over. And then I take that to the machine. It's already slightly misbehaving. There we go. I need my sharp stick. Okay, so that right there, that's my 2 stripes. So I'm going to go add the dark to the side of the yellow here. And it is mirror imaged again because I forgot to flip my pattern pieces over. So those are actually those 2 right there on my tiny little screen here. But now I do, let's see, that was dark. So 5, 4, now I'm going to do 3. And that will be right there at that angle. So I'm going to put that on top and take that back over. And then that yellow that I just made is supposed to be really thin. This orange is going to be even thinner. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. So there we go. There's the tiny little yellow bit. This yellow or this orange is going to be even thinner on there. So I'm going to go get the next yellow and bring that over. Do not eat my fabric. The orange is a little bit thicker than it's supposed to be. Which side did I mess up my seam allowance on? The first side. Okay, and then a little bit of orange at the top. It should be, yep, okay. Oop, need my pointy stick. Okay. So that bit there is going to end up being the eye. It is all ragged along the bottom because it's actually a lot bigger than it needs to be. That is going to be cut apart. Before I do that though, I am going to press this flat just to make sure that I can keep it in the right shape for the eye when it goes over to my embroidery machine, because right now it's very, very bumpy on the bottom. When I am attaching it with my embroidery machine, I want to make sure that all of those edges are completely flat down so that there's no lumps and bumps in the actual eye. So to do that, I have to move my cutting board here, because if I set up my iron on top of my cutting board, it will destroy the cutting board, which I have definitely never done once in my life. That goes back in the robot project bucket. Okay. There we go. Now, because I want to keep the entire back flat, I am going to be pinning this down in place. I have these blue tipped pins. I've got several different pins. I've got pink, yellow, and blue. The blue ones are the only ones that you can actually iron on top of because that little blue top is made of glass. On my other ones, they are plastic. And if you try and iron something there with a plastic pin, you melt the plastic all over the iron and the fabric. So not ideal. You know, I don't generally do ironing unless it's for making plushies. Like my clothes, wrinkly. Don't care. Don't give a shit at all. I will just exist that way and be happy about it. Plushies, I do iron for them. So this is just a wool board basically. It's pressed wool so that you can iron on top of it without melting anything underneath. This is what I use for most of my plushie ironing. I do have an actual like small ironing board, but it is such a pain in the ass to get out and set up constantly. So basically if it's too big for this square here, I just don't iron it. Okay, that is heating up. Okay, and I've put all of my pins in at a fairly extreme angle. I don't know if you can see that well on the video or not, but everything is fairly flat. That is because I am going to squash it with an iron, and if they are not flat, these pins bend really easy. These are also the pins that I will sew right over top of on my sewing machine, despite every bit of sewing knowledge is don't sew over your pins. I sew over these ones because if the needle hits them, they bend and that's it. That's where it ends. And then I just squish. And this is the first time I've done ironing with the stream, so I'm not actually sure if you can see the billowing cloud of steam or if it's going to affect the camera or not, but it's going straight up towards the camera there. So that's cool. Okay. So that is flat. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so the steam didn't destroy the whole, make everything foggy. Perfect. There we go. It is still very warm. Whew. There we go. So then now that lays much flatter. So that's what I'm going to use for the eye. Again, mirror image. I should just see if I can reverse the camera on, like the view of the camera. Just make it look right. I don't think I'm going to have any more ironing, so I'm going to put the iron away as soon as it cools down. Just push it off to the side. I do have a smaller cutting mat for now. There we go. Because coming back over to the eye I drew, I now need to know exactly what size fabric I actually need out of here. So I'm going to trace that eye over onto another piece of paper again. And I'm going to cut that out so that I can lay it on top of there. Let's see. I do want this to be square actually, so what I might do is, I didn't draw the, my table's warm. I didn't draw the lines of the eye with a ruler, so they're not perfectly straight. But I can straighten them up here as I cut it out. Go and okay, so there's going to be the laundromat in English. Laundromat. Or laundry mart. Yeah, this is actually, this is the first apartment that I have lived in that has a clothing washer and dryer and a dishwasher in it. And I feel like I am royalty right now. I am living in luxury. Like, holy shit. I am never going to want to hand wash a dish again or air dry clothes at all. Well, we still do air dry clothes, but I'm never going to want to again because now I have access to technology and machines. Okay, so there is my eye shape. But because I traced it backwards, these lines are not going to line up with the other ones. I'm going to have to flip it. And kind of look at everything. Okay, so right about there is where I'm looking. These pieces are a little bit actually larger than what I was looking for there. Like, let me line these guys up. So it's just slightly larger. So I might actually take a little bit off of these pieces for eye number 2. Everything is always just tests to make sure it all works out right. So I might actually slice a tiny bit off of each end here. to make it nice and just slightly smaller for next time. Where's my paper cutting wheel? There we go. So that was dark number 3. The light number 4 right next to it. I'm going to take a little bit off of that one as well. And I'm just eyeballing this. I'm not taking it off the tops and bottoms because I want there to be extra fabric on the top and bottom there. And I probably won't take it off of number 1 or number 5 just because I want, or actually I can take off of number 5. Number 1 I do want a lot of extra, so it doesn't quite matter where that is. But number 5 I do actually want to take a little bit off of the one side there. And then number 2 needs its corners cut as well. Okay. So those are all the little edges that I took off there, just to make each of the pieces slightly smaller. This is pretty normal when I make patterns. Just whenever you draw something and then trace it, you tend to trace slightly larger. And then I added in the seam allowance and then I cut out the fabric. So each time it just gets very slightly larger as you go along. So I'm just compensating, going back after seeing that, yeah, it is a little bit larger than what I'm looking for. The middle lines all line up nicely, but then it gets a little bit far. This orange line that's right here, I actually want to be about here. So I'm off by about that far when I get to the edges. So I want to just compensate and pull everything back in about that far on each side. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to cut these ones out again. This is test number 1. I'm going to do, I'm getting gray on it from my hands, just the marker from earlier. Whoops. So I'm going to cut out number 2, test number 2 now, and see if I can bring those lines back in together. And this is why we use the cheap test fabric. A laundromat can either be where you do it yourself or where you give somebody the clothing to do for you. One of them is just self-serve where you do it yourself, or full service where you hand it off to other people. There's not really a distinction between the two words. It's just they describe the two words differently. Yeah, dry cleaning is for the fancy stuff. But yeah, they'll wash your clothing at dry cleaners as well. But that's a lot more fancy. Okay, back to my yellow bits. I'm going to cut out my 2 light ones again. And this time I'm going to remember to flip them over. Ha! See, I'm a professional. There's my weights. And my fabric cutting wheel. Okay, so there's number 2. Here's number 4, which is at a slightly different angle than number 2 was based on where I drew my arrows. So I do have to cut down the side. I can't just line it up nicely against it. I want my arrows to all be going the same direction, not at an angle. Okay, there's number 4. So 2 and 4 out of my yellow, and I can put that away for now. And then my orange for the darker colors. So that's 1, 3, 5. I'll pull that a little bit further. Okay. It's hard working with just a tiny mat. I have to make sure that the cutting board is underneath there because I don't want to cut into my wood surface. And gotta remember to flip them. I can put that little guy right there. That would be good. And again, slightly different angles on those two, so I am going to just do that. And I think I'm going to put that one down in there at that angle. There we go. Okay. Because I'm working on a smaller base, I am going to just cut that fabric out. There we go. Get rid of this big guy so it's out of my way. Refold that. Stuff that orange back in the fabric closet. And there we go. And I didn't quite get up to the paper on that one. So I'm going to just take off a little bit more of the edge. Just some fuzz from it, basically. And last piece here. Okay. There's my 5 pieces, and this time I did cut them out the right direction, so that's exciting. There's number 1, here's number 2. Number 3 is super, super skinny. 4 is just about as skinny. And here's 5. Oops. Okay. There's my stripes. Whenever you need your clothes in pristine condition, you give it to someone. Yes. When you need something done right, give it to a professional. They know what they're doing. Okay. I did have a little bit of trouble sewing those tiny, tiny little stripes. So I think what I'm going to do is actually put some stabilizer underneath those tiny stripes, just so that my machine stops trying to eat the fabric. Let me grab that piece out of the storage bin. Here we go. So this is the same stabilizer that I use for my embroideries, putting it behind things. It just works when you have things that you're stitching on. Okay, so I'm going to stitch these guys together. And I think I'm going to just take all 5 over and sew them real quick in order. There we go. So I've got them set off to the side there. I'm going to change my stitch length to something super, super short, just because I want to be able to punch holes through this stabilizer here. So I'm going to basically perforate it by putting a whole lot of tiny, tiny little holes. This will not make it easy to pull these apart later on, but if all goes according to plan, I won't need to pull them apart. Move them. I'm going to rotate this around. I like having it so that the larger pieces of the fabric are to the left outside of the machine so that you're not trying to force something giant and huge through the center there. And where did I put my pokey stick? Where's my sharp stick? There it is. Okay. I've got my stick. And because that stitch was so small, I can just tear that straight away from it there. So there we go. There's my first two. That is 1 and 2. Now I need number 3 on there. So pull that over here. And that is too long, so I'm going to turn the stabilizer sideways. No, it's folded over. Okay. Ah, ha, ha, ha. And then that also tears away. Very easy. Okay, so there's 1, 2, and 3. And that's looking much more narrow now. So that's going to be a very tiny little one there. That's looking good. Okay. In fact, it is so tiny, I'm going to flip it so that the larger yellow piece is actually on the bottom. Okay. Whoop. Let me tear that. Okay, so there's my tiny, tiny little orange bit. And then onto the big orange. And again, now because this yellow is tiny, I'm going to put that one on the top and the orange on the bottom. This is a very persnickety little piece, just because there's so many bits to it. But it's going to be all nice and fluffy and soft at the end. As opposed to if I did these stripes with embroidery, then you would have just a bit of solid thread there. Not nearly as soft. It does have a little bit more of a shine, but it's not soft. Okay, there's my bits in the right way this time. And now I'm going to go over and I want to iron this one flat as well. And I get these guys out of the way, because I'm going to need my ironing mats again. Yeah, I'm doing my witchcraft today. I'm going to temporarily put my pattern weights away because I do not need them. I need my pins. And because I have so many little bits right in here, it is trying to pucker the fabric up a little bit. So as I pin it down in place, I'm just giving it a little bit of a stretch to where it should be to make that nice rectangle again. Okay, there we go. And now I can work on just pinning those little seam allowance edges flat, because that's really what's causing it to bubble up and change shape. So I just really want to make sure that those guys are as flat as possible. Yeah, right up at the tips of the color blocks there, they are actually, that seam allowance is actually overlapping itself because there's just that the middle fabric between is just so narrow. Those two are actually on top of each other. That's how narrow that little stripe is. There is more extra fabric in the back than there is proper fabric on the front. Okay, and I do want a couple right in the middle just to keep things, especially right here where everything is overlapping. I want to make that as flat as possible. So I'm just sticking a couple of extra pins in there. They're just going to flatten that all out. There we go. So that again is very flat on my cutting or my ironing board there. Then I have to wait for this to warm up. Okay. Well, there we go. Okay. And then I squash it. You do have to be a little bit careful when you're ironing Minky, because it is a polyester fabric, meaning it's made out of basically plastic. So it does melt if you heat it up too hot. And even if it doesn't melt, the little fur fibers, they can lose their fluffiness, their fur quality if you iron them too high and too hot. So I have mine set to like a medium-ish area. But I had my last iron before this one got so hot I could melt the fabric, so I had to be very, very careful and like test it constantly. This one I know the setting, like the second from the top, is perfect for Minky. And then I just wait for it to cool because if I grab the pins right away, they are metal and they are very hot. Yeah, they're still a little warm. Whew. Okay, and you can actually maybe see right in those in that fur right there. I've got those lines that go across. Maybe if the camera's being good, there's a couple of lines in the fur right there. That's actually where the pins were laying, so you can see it kind of squished it down, which is why you have the fuzzy part of the fabric down against there. And if you were really doing this proper, what you should have is like a towel or something that's got a little bit of fluff to it that you can set those in, just so it keeps the fluff on the front entirely. But I want to make this as flat as possible, so having a fluffy surface would be counter to that. So it looks good there. And then I'm going to grab this little guy again and set it right there. So all of my lines line up except the very top corner here. Let me get some pins and just pin this down in place. Oops, well, it lines up if you rotate it properly. There we go. All right, so there we go. Ooh, that is warm on the back. So all of the little lines I've drawn are pretty well lined up except for over here. So what that tells me is this yellow piece is still too big. All the other pieces are now in the right spots, but I do have to take some off of that yellow there. So, because I want it to be on that line, not way back here. So what I'm going to do for this one is I'm actually just going to go and sew a little bit further in. I'm going to use this exact same piece, but I am going to have to cut part of that off of the pattern yet again. So make number 2 even smaller. But I'm happy with the rest of the lines. Those are all very nice. So I can pretty much use those pattern pieces I have minus number 2 that just needs some change. But those will be my pattern pieces for the actual eyeballs. I'm putting a little dot there just so I know where to fold it, and I'm going to put a little pin in there so that when I take it over to my sewing machine, I do know where to actually sew. And it does not want to lay flat now. Come on. Because I ironed it open, it no longer wants to close. Here. Okay, we're going to do it this way. Okay, there we go. Now I have that line. Now I get to fold over. Oh, perfect. Okay, so it looks like I need to take a 1/4 inch off of that pattern piece. So that's nice and easy. I can do that with a ruler real quick. I'm going to go sew this down. And I am, again, using the stabilizer behind it. But for this time, I have a pin that I have to watch out for. So I'm going to just be aware of that. Little pin guy, okay. That's what I'm aiming for. Okay. Remove the pin. All right, fantastic. And my iron is still hot. Now I can't open that back up because I do have it already sewn further down. So I'm going to just fold that bit over and iron it there. With that fold in it, it is going to be kind of bulky. But if it still works, then that will be good for the future pattern. I'll know just to not sew the first line. I got to sew that smaller line. So that should work out. There we go. And there we go. Whoops, that pin is not flat enough. That will get bent. There we go. Okay. Okay, so all of these lines, the seam allowance is opened up so that each color folds to the same color. So the orange folds to the orange, the yellow folds to the yellow. This one here, the orange and yellow both fold towards the yellow there. Oh, that's warm. There we go. Let's see. I did get almost to my two little, I got that dot perfect. That one is just a little off, so it should be the right size now. Let's see. It is fantastic. Woo! Okay. So this piece can just stay here right now. What I'm going to do next is I want to make the little mouth shape. Which I might need a larger cutting mat for just because I hate working on the tiny ones if I don't have to. I don't have anything else that needs to be ironed now that I have the right shapes. Oh, I do need to take off a little bit from number 2 here. So let me grab my ruler, move everything out of the way. Let's see. There, that's what I want to do. And it was a little less than a 1/4 inch actually. So I want to go a little less than a 1/4 inch. And there we go. So I took that much off of number 2. So now that should be the proper size for the eyeball there. Fantastic. Oh. Okay. So I have the eye ready to go. This was the fabric that wasn't quite the right size. I'm going to write V1 on the back of it real big. And then I don't throw anything out until after the plushies are fully made. So I won't tear, well, I probably won't tear this apart anyways because these pieces are too small to use for anything more. But I will keep this until Helpy is fully done. That way, in case something goes wrong, I can come back and reference this later. So it just goes into my robot bucket. Every project I'm currently working on has a bucket where I put all the pieces. The little guys just kind of get dumped in there, and then at the end of the project, I can put them all away, take care of the pieces, and actually file them away properly. For his mouth, I am actually going to go down to the seam allowance, although that's not going to actually be seen. That's going to be cut off later on. But I do want to make sure that his mouth goes all the way down. That way, if I sew it together, there's not going to be any issues where there's a little bit of fabric peeking through. So that's all going to be there. These guys are good, so I'm going to put version 2 on them. So those are my eye pattern pieces. I'm going to get a little tiny paper clip and clip them together because I do not want to lose these guys later on. These are all good pattern pieces. I have to keep them safe. And then they're going to go in my project bucket as well. Because I just started Helpy today, those are the only things actually in my bucket. Generally, though, once a project goes on for a while, my buckets get kind of intense. Like Lan here, with his bucket, I have got piles and piles of things that I've been working with him. So just all of the little bits that I've made for him already, they just get kind of dumped in there and I can go through them. Pattern pieces, once they're finalized, get put into a bag just so that they are like protected from this chaos and mess. And any other patterns, like I'm using the Animal Crossing pattern I used for the deer face. I'm using that for his face. So my current, like my Animal Crossing pattern is also all included in there. I should have a little bucket emote. Put it in the bucket. Just time for the bucket. So, okay, there's my eyeball. That's good. I do want to keep this out because once I have this fabric cut, I will be putting the eye onto it. I don't want to cut out this piece yet because I'm going to cut shapes out of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to trace that over onto the other side of the paper and cut that out instead. This is kind of my master copy right here. It is just, I draw everything that I need onto it. So I try not to destroy that until the very end. Go there and there. And then his mouth. Again, when I make the actual pattern, when everything is finalized, like this little eye and everything, I do copy things. I scan them into my computer, and then from there I will fix up the lines so that everything is perfectly straight and all the measurements are exact. But for now, this is close enough to center that it gives a good idea of what I'm looking for. When I scan this over to the computer, I'll make sure it's actually centered and the right shape and size there. And then this is the one that I had perfectly squared, not the eye underneath. So I'm going to squint and try and line that. Nope, I'm taking this over to a window so I can actually trace through and see where it is. So I do not have a camera on the window. You guys just going to have to wait for me. Okay, there we go. Traced that, and I had light behind it so I could actually see and make sure that it lined up properly with where it was supposed to be. And then I'm going to cut this out and fold it in half and trace that eye over onto the other side, and hopefully it will be lined up properly and I did that all right. Otherwise I might have to move things. But this one, I'm actually going to cut out. There we go. So that is my face block. All of the pieces will be about this. All 6 of them. So let's see how good, close to center I got. Not bad. Not bad. That is very, very thin in between, though. I might actually need to move them over just a little bit. To keep the eye on the face, I am going to be doing a embroidery around it. So just a thick, bold line of thread. To attach things like that, I generally do a 3mm stitch. So I can't have the two lines more than or closer than 3mm, or yeah, 3mm together, because they'll touch. Each line will have 1.5mm on either side that's just full of thread. So I need at least 3mm in that center spot there. And that's not 3mm right there. That is way too small. So actually what I can do is I can grab my ruler and I do want to move it over. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. So at a minimum, I want the eye to start right there, not where it currently is. So I do have to move things over just a little tiny bit. But that's okay. That's doable. There we go. That's my new line. I was not far off. Let's see. There you go. And again, holding it up to the window. Oh, I was almost exact on putting the mouth in the center. That's good. Okay. I'm going to cut this one just because I like this angle slightly more. But if I open it up, that was so close. I was only off on like the angle there. So that was really good. Hell yeah. Professional. Okay. So there's his mouth. That's where the mouth is going to be. Now I need to cut out where the eyes are going to be, which I'm going to do not with scissors because I want to cut through both at the same time. So I'm going to, come on, there we go. Cut with my paper wheel. And then I'll just have to go back through at the corners and clip them with scissors. But for the most part, these lines will be perfectly cut all the way through with no wrinkles or bumps or anything like that. And I am totally holding this thing backwards just because I really want to be able to see where the blade is, and I don't want the entire handle in the way. Okay. They are mostly cut out. Now I can just take my scissors to the corners and snip them. How sharp is my fabric wheel? This one, well, it is sharp enough that it will cut skin. And I have slipped and cut my finger on it before. It is that sharp. It is not as sharp as the ones that I use for fabric, like this one here, or my green one here. So these two are my sharp ones. What I generally do is I change out the blades on a regular basis. And for the large blades, after they've become dull on cutting fabric, I then move them over. I put them in a little pile to use them in my paper cutter one. Because they don't have to be as sharp for paper as they do fabric. So all of my old ones I use for paper, but they will still cut skin if you get too close. But I buy them, the replacement discs, just in little containers like this. They're all covered in grease and oil, so I don't want to take them out right now. But I just buy them like that and then trade them out when they get dull. The little guys just go into a container and they get thrown away when the container is full. These guys are all my old ones that I've used for fabric until they are dull, and then they will be my paper ones now. Oh, they're kind of gross. You can see all the stains from permanent markers on them. And then I've got new ones for the fabric, which I think I'm down to my last one. Yeah, I've only got one for fabric left, so I'm going to have to buy some more of those soon. There is a guard on them. So when this one is ready to cut, it kind of pops out like that. So you've just got the edge that will cut, and then it pops back in place to kind of protect you from it. Same with this one, where it pushes the wheel out a little bit further so that this one I can actually get through thicker fabric, which is why I use this one paper and this one is my fabric. And then it also has the guard along the top just to kind of keep you from like rubbing your fingers into it. But you do have to remember to pop them back in to protect you from the edge. This one has a wheel, the plastic bit goes back in to pull and reveal the blade. And I don't always remember to pull that one in, which is bad because this is the one that is the sharpest and I use the most. So this is usually the one that I end up catching my fingers on. This one's evil. But yeah, it is protected. You can't cut yourself on the edge as long as that plastic is there. The wheel does come back beyond it, and because it is so incredibly flat and thin and sharp, that you can't really get your finger underneath it either at that point. So they give me the means to close them and protect my fingers from them. It's just a matter of, do I remember to close them as I'm using them? And that answer is usually no. I do close them before I put them away for the night so that like all of my sharp things, anything that is it's capable of cutting me, they all go in a very specific container, another bucket, but this one's for sharp things. And I do make sure that everything is closed before it goes into there, just because I don't want to play the game of reaching into a bunch of sharp things trying to grab one thing. So I do make sure they're all closed right before I put them away for the evening. During the day when I'm working though, I will usually leave these guys unprotected because I am dangerous. Okay, there's my face. Based on that guy, it now has 2 eyes on it. And I'm going to go and cut these guys out of the gray fabric to make sure that that piece actually works. So. No, the small one does not have, well, you can find something that looks like this with the full handle for the small ones that do pop in and out. This one I have is very small and thin so that it's not in my way when I'm working, because a lot of times I'm using it like a pencil or a pen and I need to be able to see around it, whereas this is a lot bulkier and it's harder for me to work around, which is why when I was cutting the fabric, instead of holding it the normal way like this, I had flipped it around so that I could actually see the blade. So I don't want a small one with the full handle and all the safety features, just because it would make it harder for me to use. So I go with the danger one instead. I just found a random piece of red fabric that was hiding in my Meepy. That would have been useful a while ago when I was making all the lambs for the cloaks for the Cult of the Lambs. I needed that piece. Okay. Putting things away just because this gray fabric, I don't have any small bits left of gray. And I do want to use gray. I could use white or gray for this body, just to test it, because those are the ones that I can actually draw on. I don't want to use orange or yellow because that's the eyes, and I don't think I want to use my dark brown fabric because I'm not going to be able to draw on it nicely to see things. So I'm just going to use my giant gray and move everything out of the way. So all my cutting things get hung up. You guys can't see this, but my camera is actually attached to a frame of lights. I've just got poles that go up and then around the top. I also have these little S-hooks that hang from the poles. So I basically just take all the tools I'm working with and hang them right in front of my face so that I can grab them really easy if I need them. Let's see. I will need my marker. I won't need my pins for this. So I'm going to put them off to the side. My ruler can be hung up right here. I don't think I'm going to need that ruler again because the next time I'm going to be using anything with millimeters will be on my computer, and my computer does that for me. I do not need to iron anything more because that second test of the eye worked out just fine. So I can put this guy away. And I definitely do want the larger cutting mat. This little dinky one is not gonna cut it. So let me move that out of the way and go get my big guy. There we go. This is my favorite cutting mat, mostly because it's blue and it matches the color of everything else that I do with Dapper Moose Studio. I have 5 different mats, though, depending on what I'm using them for. I've got 2 small ones, one of the pink one there, and then a really, really grokey, gross one that's gray that is just covered with sticky stuff. So I use that for anything that is gross. And then I have another super large one like this that is green, like a dark green. I usually use that one for quilting because that one has all the straight line cuts in it. Whereas this one, as I cut through it, I'm cutting at weird angles. So there's a whole bunch of little tiny cuts in the surface, but at like curves and weird angles. So if I try to cut straight lines through here, it sometimes catches those little bumps. So, and then I've got my medium one, which is not really used a lot. I normally set that one up if I'm going to take a picture on top of it because it's a really nice dark blue like color, kind of like the color of Helpy's blue eye there. I've got a mat in that color and it just looks nice for pictures. So on the rare occasion that I remember to take progress pictures of the things I'm making, I do have a nice background for that. Okay, let's see. Smush that out of the way. Gotta move my iPad. So I'm not gonna be able to see chat. But this is just too much fabric here. Too big. This is let's see, if I cut one here, oh, I could probably actually cut the one with the mouth here because it doesn't matter that that piece is missing there. So this would be better for the whole face. Yeah. And then I need to cut a total of 6 of these out so that I can put together the entire head shape. Make sure that that works. So weight. Gotta put my weights on there just to keep it all down in place as I trace around. And then I'm not going to trace the eyes on the back because I want them on the front so I know exactly where to put the eye fabric. But I did trace out the shape of the mouth. Oh, shoot, no, I can't use that because I'm not... Okay, so if this was the actual Helpy, I would have a different piece of fabric here, so it would be fine. For the test, though, I'm just going to be sewing down those lines to see where they are. So I can't actually use that shape. I do need to move him up so that he is got a straight line there. Okay, so I'm going to put him here instead. But I'm going to use most of those same sidelines. Nothing's going to change there. He's just going to have some extra drawings on the back of him. Okay. And then I do need a straight edge. Just so that I can draw across the mouth part there. There we go. Probably don't need more than the 4 weights, so I'm going to get them out of my way. Okay, so there's one. I want to prevent having to cut lots and lots of little thin lines, so I'm going to line him right up on that one. So I can use the same line on both. And just cut once and get 2 pieces. There we go. Straight line there. Straight line there. And same here, I'm using that side line so that they match up perfectly. One less thing to cut. And once that's down, I'll come here and finish up that line along the bottom. And putting a big arrow on these guys because they're all going to have to line up the right way so that the fur goes in the right directions. So I want to be able to see exactly where that fur is. So this is the front. Let's see, this is the front. This will be the I guess it could be any of the top, the bottom, or the back. Then this will be a top, bottom, or back. The sides I'm going to have to think about and do maybe slightly differently just so that they line up right. Let's see. No, actually it should be good. If I just do the 6 like that, that should be fine all over. So there's my 3. Fur goes down that way. That is 4 of them. And now I have to decide, because I've gotten up to the point on the fabric where it kind of goes around that bend. So do I want to unfold it more to do that, or do I want to just cut further up? It looks like I've taken a chunk of piece, like this curved piece out of both sides. So there's no real reason to keep it straight all the way across. So I think maybe what I'll do is I'll just make 2 more, one here and one here. Yeah, because I've already got a chunk taken out all the way up to there. Oh, I think this was Lan. Yeah, that looks like Lan's body right there. Okay, so I already took Lan out of this. So I will just put my last 2 right here. And we will see if that all works. 1 there, and last guy. Arrow goes down. Okay. So that is the head test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me put that down as well. And then I can get my little cutter. Move the pattern piece over out of the way. Hang that back up. That piece I'm not going to save. That is too small for me to do anything meaningful with, especially because it's out of my test fabric. I'm not going to be using that for anything. Nor am I going to keep that little bit. I'm going to just free these from the fabric, and then I'll worry about cutting them out all the way. And when I'm cutting, I am attempting to stay on the inside of the black line. If there's no marker on the piece I cut out, that is perfect. Because that marker is actually tracing outside of the pattern piece. Again, like when I was drawing on the paper and transferring things around, over time, the more often you trace something, the larger the outline becomes. So that marker is actually supposed to be outside all of the pattern pieces. So I do want to try and cut just on the inside. It probably wouldn't matter for a test like this, but I am much more precise on final products, making sure all of my lines are where they're supposed to be. Okay, so there's my pieces, my gray fabric. I can roll that back up. Fold that and put that away for now because that is huge and in the way. Okay. 1, 2, there's 3 and 4. 5 and 6. Okay. Now this is the one I'm going to use for the face because I've got that mouth already drawn out on it. When this is the actual final mouth, this will actually be fabric there. So it won't be just me drawing with marker. Let me see. That's about thirds. I am going to stitch lines here just to give an indication of where the mouth is going to be on the final plushie, but then that will be actual fabric and embroidery when I'm done with it. That is something I do on the computer though, and then on my embroidery machine, it's not something I can do here on the table. There we go. There's though. Put that guy there. Oop, bring back the pattern weights. There we go. Okay, so that eye is just traced out. I'm only going to be doing the one eye with the fabric I made because that's a good enough test to make sure that it's actually going to line up and work. And I'm going to put that on the right hand side here because that is technically the one that I drew on my little master paper there. Go there and go there. Okay. There's the eye. This lines up right about there. I do want to put stabilizer behind this. I think I might put stabilizer behind it now rather than taking it over to the embroidery machine and stabilizing it there. Let's see, do I have any big pieces or do I need to cut something? I might need to actually cut a piece. Let's see, what else do I have over here? That one will work. Okay, I'm going to use that piece of stabilizer there. Everything else can go back into my bucket. There we go. That's right there. I might want to pin down into this as well. So I'm going to use my mat here. Again, not actually ironing, but I'm going to use this to pin into. Because I really want to make sure that that eye lines up as close as possible. So let's see. Move you slightly out of the way because... There we go. That is where the paper goes. Okay, so that's where the eye goes. That's where the corners have to be. So I'm going to poke right through the corner, and then I have the pin coming out the bottom. So I'm going to put that in the corner where it needs to go, and I'm going to do that with all 4 corners just to kind of pin it down where it needs to be. Okay. That's there. I can, let's see, I'm going to move them up to here. Ooh, go through. Okay. Okay, everything is mostly down where it should be, lined up fairly well. This will be slightly different when I do it as an embroidery because my machine is going to trace out the exact location, and then I can put the fabric down on top of that instead of needing this piece of paper here. So my machine will actually draw out these lines that I have, and I'll just line up the lines on top of them. So let me one more time just make sure everything lines up. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now I'm going to take this over to the sewing machine and stitch around that. Whew. Okay, so that's the eye, the actual shape of the eye there. Very cool. Now I'm going to go around again, stitching down all of those lines a second time because I've got all this extra fabric and I want to cut that away afterwards. So I want to make sure that this is extra secure on the face before I actually do anything more with it. Okay, so there's the eyeball. Actually, there we go. Okay, that's the eye. It's got the two shines like it had in the reference image. Now I'm going to cut away all of this extra because I don't need any of that. That is not going to be there. I need my tiny, tiny scissors. My itty bitty snips. And I need to pull a chair over because I'm going to hunch over this like a little gremlin because I want to get as close as possible, cutting away all that extra fabric. And it's a little tough going through all those layers up there. I've got like 3 to 4 layers, it feels like. Right where all those fabrics fold over. Yeah, 3 layers right there. 3 there, yep. A little bit chunky. Little bit chunky. And a little bit too much up at that corner, so I do want to get rid of a little bit of that fuzz. Go. Going through more layers there. Ah. I am going to bring back my iPad so I can see. Oh, hi, Killer Panda. Sorry, I didn't have the chat visible. I'm making the little robot that's down in the corner there today. This is the first test of his eye. So, how are you doing? I don't need all that little extra, so I'm going to just toss that. And I've got some extra fuzzies down at the bottom, so I'm going to just fold that over and get rid of them as well. Don't want any of those ones visible. Because I'm doing this just by hand right now, it's easy enough. I can just fold it and get rid of it. If I'm doing this on my embroidery machine, which I will for the final version of this plushie, I'm going to have to go through and just very carefully snip away the edges slowly to make sure that there's no fuzzies sticking out. But because this is by hand and I can fold it, which I won't be able to do on my embroidery machine, it is a little bit easier to get rid of those fuzzies. So I don't have to be as super precise as when I'm first cutting. And get rid of that corner right there. Okay. So there is my eye with the shines included. This on the final plushie will be both the pink and the blue, the blue-purple, the blurple color. So I'll have those eyes there. and they'll line up perfectly. This is just me eyeballing it. My embroidery machine is much more precise than I am. He does all the hard work there. I do want to stitch the mouth down just so you can see where that is, and I need to put a frame around the eye so that you'll see what that looks like as well. So that means I need to go back over to my machine, which is currently only set up for straight line stitching. I need to change some of the parts on it so that I can do a zigzag around the edge here and then a zigzag for the mouth. So let me go and change some stuff around. Let's see. Scoot my little chair over here. Oh, I don't want to lose this pattern piece because this is the actual pattern piece that I'm using. So I'm going to put that back with the face. And then I need to pull my embroidery machine apart. Or my sewing machine. Technically sewing and embroidery, but just set for sewing right now. I need to pull him apart because the pieces he's using are the wrong ones. Let's see. So what he's got right now is called a straight stitch plate. Let's see if I can point to it. This little hole right here in the center is where the needle goes up and down. It just goes through that one hole. It's very small, so it gives a little bit of extra support to the fabric that's going past it. What I'm changing it to now is a zigzag plate that has a much wider oval shape so that the needle can go through that entire piece there. So let's see, yeah. So it's got to be that big zigzag versus that single little hole there. That means my needle can go side to side and I can make a big stitch over top of the edge there. I think I want to use yellow as well. Or, oh no, I'm going to be using orange. I'm going to put orange thread in there just for the shits and giggles, make it look kind of right. Because that's what the border of the actual eye will have the base color around it. So where's my orange? Okay, orange thread. And because I'm putting orange, this is embroidery thread. It's a little bit thinner and shinier than my regular sewing thread. So I'm going to then... Ooh, somebody just went thump. Wasn't me, I'm fine. I'm going to change the bobbin thread as well, the thread that goes underneath. I'm going to put a... Oh, that's almost empty anyways. I'm going to put a embroidery thread down there as well, just so that it's thinner as well. Go. Okay, so now I have my orange. And I can't use my 1/4 inch foot that I normally use because, again, that has a single hole in the front of it there. Yeah, there we go. A single hole in the front. So that the needle just goes up and down. But I want to do a zigzag, so I'm going to have to change that to a different foot, which is buried under all of the stuff I didn't put away yesterday. Let's see. What foot do I want to use? I think I'm going to use my open foot. My open toe foot. It doesn't have anything in the way of it. It's clear plastic. Yeah. Tiny little guy there. I don't know how visible that actually is. But I'm going to use this guy here. My clear plastic foot. Because then I'll be able to see what's going on underneath as I sew. There we go. Okay. Oh, I'm glad you found some of the Minky fabric. Yes, that stuff is great to work with. I love it. So yeah, that's gonna be fantastic. Also, have you heard of Choli Knight? Have you seen the plushy patterns by Choli Knight? Because she's got some really nice beginner patterns to work with. Here, watch. I'm gonna be promoting people that aren't me. Yeah, so Choli Knight is a plushy pattern maker, and she makes and sells patterns, but she also makes free ones. And she classifies them as like beginner, medium, intermediate, and advanced levels. So you can go through and you can look for some of the simpler patterns she has. And they're just completely free to use. She's got a whole bunch on there. Lots of Pokemon. She got Totoro, some other cool little guys there. I think she has a a bunch of animals. Later on, if I get Lan done to an acceptable, or Lan, if I get Helpy the robot here done to an acceptable level today, I'm actually going to make some of her little tiny narwhals just because they sew up fairly quickly, and it's like, I think it's 4 pattern pieces in total, and it just makes a very round little chunky narwhal. So I'm gonna try and get some of those guys done later today. For now, though, I do want to make, let's see. Okay. So I'm going to go around this eyeball now, basically doing a small zigzag just so it's an indication of what it will look like uh, when I actually do it on my embroidery machine there. And I don't want it to be super wide. Oh, you don't sound good. Okay, pause. We're gonna have to figure out why you sound angry. What'd you do? What'd you do? Why are you so upset? Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Oh, you don't like your bottom. Okay, interesting. Okay. Take 2. You still don't sound happy.
going to try a different bobbin. I don't know what that one's doing, but it's not making happy noises. Okay, let's try that. Because those are not happy machine noises there. Okay. There we go. It's just a little border around the eyeball there. And then... Oh. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going around the mouth with a little line just to give an indication of where that mouth is going to be on the final plushie. Oh, Bernard. Not having a great day today. So now I can see the lines that I drew on the back are on the front. They're looking pretty good. I'm going to go through and basically the same thing I did with the eye. I'm going to just do some nice little lines down these. Good Lord. He is not having a good day today. Come on. Last one, please. Okay. Well, that was a trial and a half. Bernard is not having a good day today. Oh yeah, I'm glad that you found that. The little owl bear is adorable. Yes, Choli Knight has got some fantastic patterns. I've never actually made her bear owl, but that one I love the look of it and how like round it is. Okay, so after Bernard gave me no end of issues on those little threads there, that is approximately what the face is going to look like, but it's going to be done on an embroidery machine, so all of the lines are going to be nice and smooth and not wonky like what I have here. But there's my face with one eyeball, not both of them. I'm only going to do the one because that works. I don't need to test it a second time. So now I can stitch all of these head parts together and put Helpy's head together. Okay. Eyeball is going to go into the pattern bin with the other bits. Same with this one that I traced out. I probably won't need this one again just because I have my drawing that I plan on scanning in, but I'm going to hold on to this anyways just in case. Everything gets held on to until after the project is done. So because these are just straight lines that I'm going to be sewing together, I'm not going to pin them in place, but I am going to make sure that the fuzz is going the right way. So I want to make sure on the front of the face and the top of the head that they are facing this direction so the fuzz brushes like away from each other. That way at the top of the head, when you're brushing, you can kind of brush backwards like you might with someone that has hair there. Oh, the little, is it the Nico Atsume head of the cat there? I love those. I was planning on making some of those. I sell some plushies in a local store, and I found that in person, my smaller little guys, things that are like under $30 work better. So I try to make things that are small and easy to put together and don't take too long. So right now I've got a whole bunch of the narwhals, but I was thinking of doing the little cat heads as well, just because cats are always popular. So that'll probably be one of the next things I make. I'm gonna put together a bunch of the narwhals and the Beezy's bats, and send those into the store to sell. And then the next thing I was thinking of is a little tiny frog. So I'm probably gonna put together a little frog, and then after that I might do some cat heads. Yeah. But for now I've got some bigger projects to work on, so I'm gonna try and get those done. I've got Helpy the robot. I've got Lan the uh oh, I forget what, dog dragon robot, pup dragon robot, something like that. The completely custom character with all the little bits and pieces. Um oh, this is the bat. This is the BZ bat. So they're just little cute little guys. This one has a hole in its wing, so it got a pretty badass little piercing there, to remind me that I need to fix that wing. That's why he's still here and not at the craft market. But these guys are pretty easy to sew as well. The big thing with these guys is that the pattern that BZ sells is really small. So you do have to kind of scale it up to make it a little bit easier, I think. So this is, I think, 110% of what her pattern was. But the bats are adorable, and I love making them. So I have a whole bunch of fabric cut out for bats. Now I just need to put them together. So that's kind of what I do in between all my big projects. Let me see. I am going to, for the head, because it's just straight lines there, I'm going to just go over and sew each one and then come back and put the next one in place. I'm going to do the four, like the bottom, the two sides, and the top, and then I'll come back and put the two sides on to make the entire box shape. So, but before I do that, because Bernard here does not like the thread that I've got in him currently, I'm going to swap back to my regular sewing thread that he didn't try to eat. Something about that thread he was just not happy with. Having a bad day. I'm also going to go back to the single hole plate. Just because it keeps lines straighter. There we go. Okay. So I am ready to sew up that first line on the top. Oh, I need a foot on my machine, and then I'm ready. Okay. Are you actually sewing? You are not actually sewing. Why are you doing this? Ah. No end of problems. my pointy stick. Okay, there we go. So that is the front and the top of the head. Now for the back, I want it to go down. So I'm going to make sure that my fabric is going down and then put the right sides together. And then I'm going to go stitch that. I forgot my pointy stick. Okay, let's try the other side. Okay, so there's my front, top, and the back. For the bottom, I want it to continue from the face and like rub to the back, so it will go down both ways. So I can flip that back up on top while it looks good. There we go. Let me go see if I can get that guy set up. And then because I've got all 4 of these already attached, I'm going to just go ahead and attach the last 2 corners there without bringing it back over to the table. Okay, so now I have made a loop. I have a very round loop. Ta-da! There we go. That's going to be the face shape. Just a little square there. And it will have a little bit of stretch this way. That's why I took out just a little bit on that side. So it's not a perfect square quite yet. It's going to be missing a 1/8 of an inch on each side to deal with the stretch. So, but it doesn't have super a lot of stretch because I'm going to be packing it with a very formed stuffing. So that'll be good. For this side, I want the side to go down so that it works the same way as the face. Everything brushes the same way there. So I'm going to start with sewing the face onto the side of the body right there. Yep. This one I think I will pin though, because it does have to have a little tiny bit of stretch to it. So this will help me keep the edges aligned as I go and sew that. Just in case I let go, the pins are still holding in place. There we go. And I could actually probably do the other side at the same time, so I will just sew both sides onto there. I am going to leave one of the bottom sections open because that's where it's going to get stuffed from. And I will probably be actually cutting the actual stuffing for this guy today, and then using that in the actual final plushie as well. These squares, these 5x5 squares, I'm going to tear apart, and I will use these again later on for other pattern bits. The face, that one will not be reused. But this one is not going to stay in perfect form because I will be using that fabric elsewhere. So, okay, let me go sew those guys up. Okay, 2 sides attached to the front. So there we go. Got my sides on. The next one I'm going to do is actually attaching the 2 backs together so that I will have the top and back, the top and bottom open. So I'm going to flip him inside out again so that the good sides of the fabric are together. And the reason I am doing it this way is because these back lines are not going to stretch nearly as much as the side lines here. So I want to do the non-stretchy ones first before I need to stretch things for the sides. That'll just, if it's all sewed down, it'll give me a good base to actually stretch from so that I'm not warping it out of place there. So the 2 sides, I can pin them down.
And just a tiny bit of stretch on this one. There we go. Okay, I get to stitch those two now. Okay. That is the front and back of the sides there. So now I'm going to go through and I'm going to do the top on both of them and then the side just on one. I want to leave this hole right here so that that's where I'm going to put the stuffing in. And then we're going to hope that that hole is big enough. If not, I will have to go and pick one of these seams and then hand sew it afterwards. But generally you can squish your stuffing down to fit in and then it's just a matter of like manhandling it until it's in the right position. So we're gonna hope that that works. I am putting 3 pins along the top just because I want to keep that center in place as well. I am going around a little corner here, so like this part right here is already going flat this way. It doesn't really want to go flat the other way as well. So I'm just kind of squishing it into place and then I won't sew all the way to the corner. I will leave about a 1/4 inch, which is my seam allowance. I'll leave that unsewn right at the edge there. Just for a little bit of wiggle room and leeway there. And then one more in the middle just to keep it nice and even. Go. I could probably even pin up this bottom section so I can do all 3 of these lines at the same time. And then after that, I'm going to cut the stuffing for the head. If the head shape turns out right and there's no modifications that need to be made for it, the next part I'm going to make is the ball for the antenna, which is another one of those basic building block shapes. Like once you start doing lots of like looking at different patterns and making patterns of your own, you realize there's some kind of similar shapes. And to make a round ball, it's basically just this flat oval shape, pointed oval. And then you just change the dimensions of the oval based on how fat or round you want the ball to be. So I'm going to just wing it, make a shape like that, see if that turns out to be the size and shape of the ball that I'm looking for. Otherwise, I can modify from one of my older patterns, something with a round head. I'll usually take one of those patterns and trace that shape out and then turn that into a ball. But I'm going to wing it first because I think I know what shape I need and what size. So we're going to see how well that works out.
My sewing machine is telling me that it is low on bobbin thread, but I'm going to just keep sewing. This is called bobbin chicken, where you try and finish your line that you're sewing before you run out of thread. Hell yeah, I win. Okay. So I definitely need to put new thread in my bobbin. But I was able to finish these lines right now. So that is good enough for now. So I can flip my head right side out. There we go. There's the face with one test eyeball, a outline of where the mouth will be, because that doesn't really need a test. I know exactly what I'm doing with that. That's just applique. I do that on literally every single custom animal I make. That's super, super well known. I know how to do all that. Next up is I'm going to be stuffing this with the batting. So if I were to stuff this, let me pull out my old stuffing. If I were to stuff this with regular polyfill, this is just stuff that goes in most of the plushies I make. What ends up happening is it's not going to be square. So let me shove some of this in here. Even with trying to force the stuffing right into the corners to kind of give it a square appearance, what ends up happening is things get kind of rounded. Like the fabric doesn't want to be a square. It doesn't want to be straight lines. It wants to puff out and around. So you get a rather weird looking shape here. It's not square at all. But what I'm going for is very square because he's a robot. He has to have straight edges. So I'm not going to actually use regular stuffing for this. Anything that is shaped, I use quilt batting, which already has a shape to it. So I'm going to just be using this, piles of this stuff, to give it that nice squishy stuffing feel, but still keep the shape, because like this has a perfectly straight line. I can do that. Yes, the stuff that looks like the insulation. Yep. Yeah, it's the exact same stuffing from in like normal plushies, but they make it in a sheet. So, and you can kind of pull it apart if you want to. I don't, but it's just this same stuffing in sheet format. It does actually work as insulation as well. If you have like a draft in your window where the cold air is coming in, you can stuff some of this in there to help prevent some of it. It doesn't work as well as foam because foam is closed cell, or rather closed cell foam, because that actually traps little air bubbles to keep the temperature consistent. But this does create a pretty good layer of no air movement if you need it to. And let me see. So I'm actually going to start with this quilt batting first because this is the older stuff that I have. So I'm going to cut from there first, and then I'll go to my new stuff that I bought specifically for Helpy. And I don't need that anymore. And he is supposed to have a 5x5 head. His head is supposed to be a 5-inch cube. So what I'm going to do is cut just slightly larger than 5 squares out of all of this. which is really nice because my ruler here is 5 inches square. So I'm going to just cut right along the edge of that, just slightly bigger. And I'm using my large cutting wheel for this because it's got the more depth there. And I've got a little bit of extra on there, so I'm going to just cut that off. There we go. So that's 3 layers, and that, let's see, that gives me about an inch. So I'm going to need about 15 layers of this batting to create that 5x5 square that I'm looking for. Let me move that out of the way. I don't generally work with leather. The only time I've worked with something like leather was a fake leather. And I used that to make a belt for a plushie. I don't have leatherworking tools, nor do I think that's something that I'm going to really look into unless somebody pays me a lot for it. Leather is a different sort of fabric. And it requires different tools and different knowledge that I generally don't need for plushies. No, nobody has ever asked me for. Oh no, one person did ask me for an all leather plushie, but what they were looking for, it wasn't going to work because leather doesn't stretch. So what they were hoping for, it just wouldn't work. So I didn't make that, and I let them know that it probably wasn't going to work, so they didn't bother making it either. But yeah, I don't usually do leather. Well, leather is expensive. Pleather, the plastic leather, that I don't do either just because it's different tools, different stuff. Yeah, I prefer the soft, fluffy stuff. I do have some of the pleather that I use still in my craft or in my fabric closet, but it is currently buried in with the rest of my weird fabrics, so I'm not going to pull that out right now. Oh yeah, it is kind of similar to what you would use on leather. Um, yeah. Okay, let's see. I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this should be about 3 inches squished. It's more like 3.5. I still think I'm gonna go with 15 though, and we'll see how squishy that makes it, and then we'll adjust from there. Homes on Homes. I don't know what that one is. There used to be a show I would watch called This Old House, and it was basically people going into really old houses and just restoring them to like what they originally looked like. And I thought that was pretty cool. I'm not being super precise about how I cut these. I'm just making them slightly larger than 5 because when I put them into the plushie, they're going to get squished a little bit. So all of the lines that aren't quite lined up are going to be lined up then. And if I need to smooth it out, what I can also do is just take one layer and put that on the side to just smooth that edge. So it should be just fine with a little bit of difference between all the different sizes there. Gordon Ramsay of construction. Ooh, okay, I am interested. Okay, let's see what I need here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Gets me a little over 4 inches. So I am going to do 15, I think. That gives me 5 right there. Yep. And then I've got 3 extra little guys just to see if they're needed. I'm going to take all the stuffing out of Helpy's head. There we go. And now I get to stuff some of those little guys in there. In the actual finished one, what I will actually do is I'll go through and run thread through here to hold them all together in place so they don't slide around. But because I don't want to do that in a test version, I'm going to just set them in there and kind of manhandle them into place and then hold them there. Hell's Kitchen but construction. That is fantastic. Yeah, if you could send me the link, that would be great. I don't know when I'll have time to watch them. Normally what I do is I put on shows or put on like a Twitch stream while I'm working, but I can't do that if I'm actually streaming myself. So my free time to watch things has been severely cut in half. But yes, if you could send me that link, I would super appreciate it. That sounds amazing. Okay, so they're a little bit lumpy because I didn't get them all quite squarely lined up. Oh, but I can unlump it by putting one on the edge. Ha ha ha. Let's see. There we go. Oh, nope, that just moved the lump to a different location. Whoops. Oops. Got thread coming out of the back of his head there. Let me grab some scissors. There we go. Okay. So that'll be the approximate head shape. I do need to flatten up. I put them in at weird angles, so they're not fully lined up. but that will be something that is resolved when I put them in for real, when they're all sewn together, where I actually take thread and finish up the edges there. But there we go. He is stuffed and he is square. So, and it's very squishy. Squish, 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 squish. The squish test is my favorite part. Just making sure they're a good squishiness. Okay. There's that. That is the head there. Okay, let me pull up my reference image again. Okay, there we go. So his body, I'm going to just put these extra bits in the bin, in the robot bin. There we go. So his body is going to be roughly 4 inches tall and 3 inches by 3 inches, like wide and high. The length and width, 3 inches. So I think what that means is a round body. Gary, you don't happen to still be in the chat, do you? Because if not, I'm going to just send you a message maybe before I start the body. I won't work on the body yet until I figure out. Yeah, I'm not sure if it is like a rectangle or if it's supposed to be a cylinder. All I've got is that it is a rhombus shape so that like at the top it goes in rather than going straight up and down. So I'm not quite sure the body shape, and I don't want to start patterning that out if it's not the right shape there. So I think what I'll do is I'll do the little antenna, and I will do the hands, the balls for the hands and feet. And if Gary is in the chat, let me know. But, oh, so the drawing that I made is not the actual reference. That's just something I scribbled up in like 15, 20 minutes. So I'm looking at the actual reference that I was given, and it has like the actual like description of what things look like on there. So the body's supposed to be 3 by 3 by 4 with a rhombus shape to it. So I don't know if that means it is a, like, if the bottom where the legs go, it's supposed to be like a square that's 3 by 3, or if it's round with just like 3 across. But at least in the reference art, what it looks like is instead of the body being straight up and down, it's more of like this shape. Well, that's a little, that not that intense, but it's more of like that shape, and then the legs stick on the bottom. I just don't know if this base is supposed to be square or if it's supposed to be round. I can do either way. That's easy enough. But I don't want to make that until I know for certain. So I'm going to just do the arms. Which I need a pencil for. So, okay. For the head, I want the little antenna ball. Let's see, looking at the reference. The little antenna ball is slightly smaller than the hands. And based on the size on the ref, it looks to be about that big. So I'm going to roughly make the shape that I need. That is incredibly rough. That is not the same on either side. That is way off. But I think I want this right-hand side. And I'm going to cut 4 of these and see if it makes a round circle. So I'm going to fold that in half. There we go. My paper cutter there. Oh, I do want seam allowance on it, so I'm going to cut around it a little bit. Not on the exact line. Okay. Yeah, that was way off on the other side. Whoops. But I'm going to use that as the basis for my circle. Or for the circle for the little antenna ball. So essentially it's going to come around like this. Because this will be the top point where 4 come together. That'll be the bottom point. And then I can just sew around the edge. I think it might actually be a little bit too fat. Let me change that angle just a little bit. I have never made a string puppet, no. So I guess this is about the closest to a string puppet that I've come. Because Helpy's rope, his little hands and feet are supposed to be floating. They're not actually attached. So in order to still have that, like, I'm not going to make 4 little balls and just toss them into the box and be like, there you go, there's your arms and legs. So they are going to be wired and have like string in between them to hold them onto the body. So I do have that kind of the puppetry of the arms and legs being attached like that. But nope, I've never made a string puppet. Okay, that is going to be my pattern piece. Helpy's face can go to the back. I'm going to use my small remaining bit of yellow. This is all of the yellow fabric that I have left of the cheap stuff. So I'm looking forward to actually like using it all up. That'll be really exciting. It'll just be gone. And again, I did not put that one away properly. That was not protected. Whoops. Don't do dumb things like me. Don't sew over your pins and put away the sharp blades. I'm a professional. Whoops, as I draw all over the pattern piece. Okay. Okay, those are the 4 bits. My fingers are very much turning gray, so I'm excited to add some orange to that.
So there are things that you can use to mark on fabric other than Crayola markers. Some people use chalk. Some people use permanent markers, which I generally don't do just because I'm so afraid of the ink like bleeding through. Um, there's also markers and pens that you can use. That let me see where. Oh, if I can find it. Yeah, like maybe this here is a marker that when you get it hot, it actually erases. So if you're drawing something, you've got some lines that you've drawn with it, you can actually then come back and, well, either with an iron or just friction, you can erase parts of it, which is kind of cool so that, like, if you have a mark on your fabric, you just iron the fabric and it goes away. I don't know if that's even visible. It's a very light pink. I've been using this for a while, so it is dying. Yeah. So those markers you can use, things that erase like that. I prefer to use the washable markers because you can wash it out. It just requires getting everything wet and then waiting like 24 hours for it all to dry. Um, but you can also get a darker mark on it and see what you're doing a little bit better. So I buy lots of these little Crayola markers and then use them up on the fabric and replace them over time. But chalk is usually the go-to for people who work on cotton, and the like friction markers are for people who work on like thicker fabric or things that can be ironed. Um, yeah, I prefer Crayola markers, the washable markers, but it's not like it has to be a thing. There's lots of different things you can use. Pen also works. Don't do pen if it's going to be something that gets wet because pen will bleed. For those markers, I don't know if you can get a refill or not. For the ones that are meant specifically for, like, those are supposed to be for just drawing on paper. But the ones that are meant specifically for fabric, you can find the refill cartridges for those ones. They're just, I think, more expensive. Um, so I just use those ones. Uh, usually on cotton still, but yeah. Okay, there's my 4 little bits. I hope this turns into a ball. Theoretically, it will, but not exactly positive if the shape's going to be proper on there or not. It is going to stretch sideways, so I've kind of taken that into account. That's why I said it kind of looked a little bit too wide, because you do have to take into that stretch into account. We're going to see if I did it right or not, though. We're going to see what shape this comes out as. So I'm going to go back over to the sewing machine. For the beginning part, I'm just going to sew 2 of these together and then sew the other 2 together, and then I'll come over and actually pin them in place. Oops. And there is Helpy's bin. Not a lot in his bin right now. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to change the bottom thread because I'm running low. Well, we're not going to do that. We're going to just see how far I can go. Yeah, I still have thread. I'm going to try one more.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I finally ran out. Bobbin is now fully empty. I am not going to refill a new bobbin though. I am just going to use a different color. There we go. That is the extra thread that I had left. That tiny little bit there. That's pretty good. Okay, there we go. That's actually looking like a pretty good shape, so I'm kind of happy with that. We'll see what happens when it's actually all stuffed together, but I think that's a pretty good circle shape. I'm pleased with the start there. I have no idea where I put my blue pins. Oh, they're behind the bin, which I can now put. I'm just moving this back and forth from my chair to the table or somewhere out of the way. I do have quite a few projects right now. I try and keep it to a maximum of 4 projects. I currently have 6, 6.5. Only 4 of them are the paid projects, like Helpy. The other ones, I've got a quilt that I'm making for a friend who just had a baby, and I am making lambs, the Cult of the Lamb lambs. I'm pre-making some of them, so I have them in a bin as well. And then I do have one resin bit that I'm working on. I'm making just a little jewel out of resin, but I haven't actually sat down to do that yet. It requires kind of taking care of everything here and putting down my gross mat so that I can like spill stuff and not worry about it. And I just haven't done that because I have so many other fabric projects. I don't want to really bring the resin out quite yet. But that is on my to-do list. Okay, I have to leave a little hole somewhere to stuff this. So I think I'm going to leave a hole right here in the back. Okay. There we go. And I'm actually going to run away right now for just a second. I got to go make sure all the windows are properly open and or closed to keep the house cool. So I will be right back. Whoop. Wrong one. There we go. stretch, and I've got my giant ass water bottle here. So I am all set on water. I usually have water with me just because Minky puts fuzzes everywhere and inhaling them is not fun. So rather than choke on a bit of Minky, I usually have a water bottle to just like, yeah, to help with like, I swallowed something fluffy. Bucket. I'm gonna go stitch that guy up and see how the ball turns out. Woo! One stab today. And unbucket. There's no bucket emoji. I do like bucket though. Okay, there we go. There's that. Get my little clippy dudes. There we go. And now let's stuff it. I probably should have left that hole a little bit larger. Oh well. It always takes a lot more stuffing than I think it's going to stuff things. Okay, so there we go. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so this side of the ball looks really good to me, but this one looks like it's like pinched out a little bit too much. But it's the exact same pattern piece. So I think what happened is I just didn't sew that one quite right. I also messed up the direction on these guys. Not that it matters because this is just a test, but the fabric on this side brushes this way nicely, and the fabric on this side brushes down nicely. So it is, I can't brush it nicely that way. I have to make it look like that to make it look nice. So it brushes this way and this way. Whoops. So this is the top and this is the top of each side. I stitched them on the wrong sides. Oh well. But that is a pretty nice round shape. I think that's good. I think what happened right here that I'm seeing is I just didn't sew properly on the line. And if I sewed properly, it would be the right shape. Because this here is like perfect. Like that's the roundness that I was looking for. That's what I want. There's no point at the top or bottom, which sometimes happens. Like if you get this angle wrong, it sometimes has like a pointy top to it, or it goes like it kind of dips in. So that angle is very annoying. And usually what happens if you have like a point at this point, or like at the middle, it's because this angle just goes out too far, in which case you then have to come and like just flatten it up a bit. Like use the rest of your line, but just flatten that part out. But I think that all works out. That is the ball shape there. So I don't know if that's the right size or not. But I've got that there. And then I can kind of scale that up or down as needed on the computer. So I'm going to just leave that as it is and write Helpy Ball version 1. So there we go. I've got the ball for him there. And then that will be attached with wire. I have made a test wire already. This is just the test. This is a medium weight wire. This was, I think, 22 gauge. So I'm almost done with that piece there. Yeah. Let's see, that one goes down, this one goes back up. So I could keep doing this for a while. But when this is all done, basically what it's going to be is a wire that is all wrapped up in thread. And then I'm going to put the ball on there. And then put the other end into his head. Oh, my neighbors are playing music. Nice. Okay. I asked, Gary did not get back to me as of this morning. I should have asked when he was here in chat, but I did not. I did not think of that. Let's see. I mean, that right there is pretty darn good. That will hold the ball up. So 22 gauge, I can show them this video. Look at that. Woo! That's pretty good for the support there. But then it can bend and be there. And that'll also be like, is that a good length there? So, yeah. So that's my medium gauge wire. I think it's 22, 20 something. It's not my 26. My 26 is incredibly lightweight. Let me pull out my metal bits bucket. Yeah, this I don't think is going to be nearly strong enough. This is my 26. I don't think that will hold up anything. Yeah, nope, not even. So that would just, if I put this inside of the threading there, it would basically just be a little bit more straight. It wouldn't bend and wiggle as much as like a piece of thread would. So I probably won't be using that one. Maybe in the arms if they don't want the arms to be superposable, but probably not. This is more like something I do in a necklace where the necklace has to be a certain shape to go around a neck. This is what I'm using. This is my 22. That's what it is. This is my 20. No, is it my 22? Yeah, this is my 22. I also have 20, which is very, very similar. And then I have my 16 for really, really intense. Like that will not wiggle at all. So there is no flexibility to that one at all, really. If you want it to be really, really firm. Yeah, that one's got some flex and bend to it. So, I wish I had the camera going horizontal so you could see the gravity pulling it down. But that is... I can at least take pictures of it now. Now that I have the size and the weight, I can take pictures of it like this to kind of show off like how strong the wire is. So, this robot is named Helpy. Helpy. Oh yeah, I can show off the wires. So I've got, well, my super, super fine wire. The 26 gauge that will not support anything. It just bends and falls off. I've got my 22 that is pretty good, very flexible. It does bend and kind of drip down a bit, but it does come back to where it is. And then I've got 16 gauge, which is incredibly stiff, and that does not go anywhere. So that will be incredibly durable there. Is that good? Yeah, I probably won't be using the 26. So let me just wrap that guy back up. But I don't know if the 22 or the 20, 20 and 22 are going to basically be the exact same. It's like 1 gauge difference. I don't think I've ever seen a 21. So my 20 and my 22 are just 1 difference. There's not a lot of difference in there. Going up to 26 or down to 16, that's where you get those big differences. So these two are going to behave the exact same way. Yep, Helpy, Helpy. So actually on the chest, I don't know if I have this in the drawing. Oh, I do. It's in the drawing, but it's very, very small. There's going to be the name embroidered on the chest where it just says Helpy. So that's not something I really have to test, though. That I just have to design and see if it looks good. So I've got the ball. I've got the robots. I have the pattern for the ball. So I need to know if this is the right size or if it needs to be larger or a different size there. The arms and legs look to be larger than the antenna ball. So I can scale up this ball to show to make the arms and legs. I can't make the body. Oh, thank you. That's very helpful. Okay, I was going to do a little video right afterwards, but no, that's even better. Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Yeah, so I can't do more with the wire until I get an answer there. I can't make the body until I ask the question about the shape of the body. I can put all my wire bits back in here, though. Squish. There we go. Oh, is that why? Okay, is that the clip of me doing it the second time through? Oh, fantastic. Okay. I have to remember that you can actually clip things. I don't think I've ever actually made a clip myself in any stream. So did not remember that was a thing. But that's fantastic. Thank you. So, okay, body I have to wait on. Wire gauge I have to wait on. Size of the ball I have to wait on. I probably won't make the arms and the right now because I want to know, well, first I want to know the size, if that's right or not. And then I'm going to scan this onto my computer and just make it larger so that I don't have to, like, retest another one at a slightly larger size. I'm going to just use this same one to make it a little bit larger. I can do the feet now, though, because the feet are flat on the bottom and then rounded on top. So that's a different shape. So for that one, let me clear off the other stuff I'm working on. Put these guys away. I can move my wire. Oh, that can actually go in the helpy bin. There we go. That one's in the bucket. The pattern for the ball can go into the bucket. And I'll put the ball in there as well because I don't need that right now. Okay, things are in the bucket now. And I need my paper. Piece of paper here. Okay, so the base, regardless of what shape or size, like if it's a square or a circle, it is going to be about 3 inches. So that's the size, like the width of the body at the base. And then it's going to have the 2 little wire strings that come off. And then that's where the foot's going to be. So I probably want the foot to be slightly less than 3. Let me pull up the reference one more time. Yep, it just has little stubby feet. It doesn't have any sizes to them, but actually the foot looks to be about the same width as the body, if not actually a bit larger. So maybe what I want to do is a 3-inch circle for the foot base. So let's see, where inch and a half, inch and a half, inch and a half. So the base of the foot about that big. You know, yeah, I'm going to make it this size because once I have a pattern, if I know the shape works, I can then on my computer make it larger or smaller. So as long as I get the right foot shape, then we're good. So I'm going to go with this. Slightly larger things are easier to work with than smaller things. So I'm going to make a nice round big foot. And then I need to make the top round part for it. Like the foot has to be essentially that shape from the side. So and then the leg that goes up. So it's going to be this shape here. I just made the round shape for the bottom. But now I need to make this one here. What you can do is make this essentially a circle. The same way that I made this little guy. Just chop it in half. But then you have 4 pieces on it. And I think I want to try and do this as 2. So I might just do a shape that essentially looks like this.
like a big M or something. Boobs. That is boobs looking down. So I'll make this kind of a shape. And then when I sew together this V, it will make that half shape that I had originally gotten on this. And then I just sew two of them together and I'll get that round shape there. So actually I'm gonna pull out my I'm coming back to this guy, that ball there. Because that was a pretty good shape. And if I fold it in half, that'll be essentially half of that M shape. So I can combine them together. Need more there. I do want to put it down on the flat piece here though. And I want to do two of these. And I'm going to overlap them just a little bit. There we go. So if I don't cut out this shape that overlapped, there we go. That is essentially the shape that I'm looking for. And then when I sew, I actually will come down to about here. I won't just sew that V, I'll have to sew there. But I don't think this is nearly big enough because this length here needs to go around this entirety. So if I walk the edge around, that's a little too far. Yeah, it comes to here when I actually need it to come to there. So this piece is not big enough for this circle. So let's see. Instead, I am going to actually trace this a little bit bigger. There we go. That's going to be half the M. But let me see if that is long enough. Where are my paper scissors? There we go. Okay. So I made that larger. And a little bit taller. So let's see if that walks around the edge. Start there. Still not quite big enough. And I'm going to take some of this off. So that didn't make it larger. So maybe I need this shape with even more seam allowance around it. Let's see. But I don't want to make it much taller, so I'm going to take the bottom and go to here. Whoops. Let me try that. Actually, because this circle is set, I'm happy with this size. Maybe what I'll do is I'll cut out the circle and then just walk it along the edge here to see if that's going to work. Now, there is a way to do this with a lot more math and less paper.
And that is basically like you can figure out what the circumference of a circle is, and then just like 1/2 of the circumference, make sure it matches whatever the straight length is. I avoid math when I can. Numbers get confused in my head, so I'm not a fan of math versions of making the patterns. There you go. So I prefer to just do it on paper, figuring out as I go along. Much less math involved, much more trial and error. I will probably end, well, I'm probably going to be going until 5 o'clock tonight. It is 3:30 now, so that's another hour and a half. Just because I do want to get this little leg made, and I don't know how much longer it's going to take me. I already got the dragon wing done, which was, or the robot wing, which was the first thing. So if I can complete this little leg, that puts me at a good point of things I've finished today, and I will be happy, even though I didn't start any of the narwhals. So I think I'm going to just keep streaming until I finish the foot. Okay, let's see how I did here. Well, I didn't cut a very good circle. Hang on, just a minute. Let me refix that. Just a little bit needs to be trimmed off there, but it is not a good circle. Okay. There we go. There's my circle, and it's a pretty good circle there. Let me see. If I center it, can I pin and rotate? It's got some issues, but it looks fine. It's good. It's a little bit wider right here. Oh, but that would actually work well if I do my stretch in the opposite direction. Oops. There we go. There, that'll compensate for it's too long. It's kind of an oval shape. Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow as well. I am in the Eastern time zone. I will be starting around 10 to 11, just depending on how quickly I wake up and get started tomorrow morning. But I will be streaming again tomorrow until the same time in the evening. Probably doing, if I get more feedback on the Lan plushie, if I get this guy here, if I get more feedback on his wings, if that looks good, I will just be done with the wing and I can move on to the hair. So I'll be doing that tomorrow, which that is a kind of intensive process because it's a lot of just pinning things in place and then like drawing lines and making sure the bangs look right. So that'll probably be a whole day thing. If I don't get feedback on the wings, I will continue working on Helpy tomorrow. Assuming I get feedback on Helpy, I'll get more work on Helpy done. Otherwise, I will probably just be making narwhals for the good parts of the day. Oh, we're one behind you, Sunday? Yeah, I'm bad at time zones, so I always try and do the thing where I say, like, oh, it is, like, if I'm streaming until 5, it is 3:30 now, so that people can kind of figure out, oh, it's an hour and a half kind of thing, because when people do things like that to me, and they're like, oh, yeah, like, until 8, it's like, but what time zone are you in? How long until 8? Okay, so let me see. There. His head's going to hold down the paper for me. And I'm going to see how good I did on this by rotating the circle. Whoa,
well, I'm going to start over because the circle totally moved. Okay, so the circle ends right there. That is one of these arch shapes around from here to here. And I know I've got a lot of lines going on there, but this bottom line, that's the important part. So if I want to make this half arch shape, I need to fold the paper here and then cut around that shape. So that's what I'm going to do there. Fold right there. Fold on my little line. And there we go. Okay. Then I can use my pizza wheel here. Oh, I could, somebody, that's a good idea. I could say, like, I'm streaming for 6 total hours, something like that. The only issue I would have with that is, well, right now I do have a Ethernet cord to the internet, so hopefully I won't crash again. But if the stream crashes, then it starts the time all over again. So depending on how many times it crashes, I could have a very, very long stream. That is kind of what I'm aiming for, though. 5 to 6 hour streams each day. I feel like that's a good amount of time to get some actual work done. I can do a lot of work in 5 to 6 hours, but it also leaves me time before and after that I can get other things done. Like, I can't pack up plushies to mail them out on stream because that involves real people's addresses. I can't do, well, I won't be doing like things like Disney or Nintendo on stream just because I better safe than sorry. Those guys are intense about their copyright stuff. So if I have right now I'm making a Stitch plushie or a character based on Stitch from Lilo and Stitch. I probably won't be doing that one on stream just because Disney is nasty about things like that. So, well, I will make them, but not really promote myself making them. Okay, so I think this is a good distance. Yeah, that is good. Okay, pretty close. I'm gonna cut these guys out there. And let's see. Fur goes down. On this one, I'm gonna move my extra paper out of the way. I don't need that. On this one, the fur goes down that way because that's the stretch arrow, so that's the side to side arrow. This is the down arrow, so I do want it like that. This one, I want the fabric going that way, which is very unfortunate because that's a very nice straight line. If I flipped it around, I could get a very nice like cut. I wouldn't have to cut that line at all. So I think maybe for the test plushie, I'm going to put this upside down on purpose this time. Because that way I don't have to cut the straight line. I can just cut the little V shape there. Okay, let me get my pattern weights. My hardware washers. There are a lot of things for plushie making that you end up buying at a hardware store. Like, I normally get my wire at hardware stores just because it's cheaper there. I get pattern weights, just these giant washers. I have wire cutters. I have all of my little tools for bending things. All my little pliers. Grabbed all them just from the hardware store.
just all the little things. It's like, yeah. And bins, yes. I could get buckets from them. Oh, the glue too. Yep, my favorite glue for making plushies is E6000 glue. It is really, really sticky, incredibly sticky, and I can't even find it. It dries quickly. They've got white, black, and clear, transparent, and it's flexible afterwards, which is very important if you've got a stuffed animal. Things have to be able to bend. So I use the glue as well, the E6000 glue that I got at a hardware store as well. Sometimes if I'm doing an embroidery, like the lines around here and my thread breaks, I will go through and like glue the back of it just to make sure nothing comes apart. Yep, and masks for resin stuff. All the gloves, the resin, things like that. Yep, the stir sticks. I grab all those at hardware stores as well. It's great. I would like in the future to be able to do sublimation printing, which is where you basically heat dye, like you print dye on the printer onto a sheet of paper, and then you take that piece of paper and you put it on top of your fabric and you heat it up really hot, and the ink actually turns into a gas and then adheres to the fabric, so you can basically print your own fabric. That's several $100 startup costs, so that's far in the future. But if I could get that set up, that is something definitely you do not want to be breathing that ink in. Yes, that's what they use to do the like printing onto t-shirts. Yep. So t-shirts and like tumblers and just a lot of different things, and it's very not good to breathe in. But that's a far in the future type thing. But if I eventually did something like that, instead of sewing the bits together for the eyes, things like that, I could actually just print fabric that has those colors on them. So far in the future, but that's kind of cool. The glue that I love, E6000. Let me see. It is E6000 here. They've got black, white, and transparent, and I love the one that's flexible. Like that's just, it's so nice. So it does smell really bad though. Like this is, you definitely have airflow, the window open. Don't breathe this in. Yeah, grab a mask or something to use with it if you can. If not, open up a window. Like generally what I do is I have the window open, the thing I need glue on, because I just use little bits of it to like secure things behind my embroideries. So I'll have the thing I need to glue. You just open it up, go bleh, just smear it across, and then leave that in front of the window and leave the room. Because it smells and it's not good for you. Okay, I need one more of these for the feet. And we're going to see if this works. Oh, good. Yep. If you've got masks already, you're set then. Yep. I don't have any currently. I've been meaning to go and get more. The masks that I did have, we ended up wearing during the pandemic, And so, like, we don't have them anymore, and I haven't really needed them since, so I keep forgetting to go out and buy them when I go shopping. But that'll be generally I buy things for when I have a project where I need the thing. That's when I go and get the accessories that I should have with it. Oh yeah, I'm still wearing a mask as well. My husband is severely immunocompromised, so I wear a mask whenever I go out anywhere still. I there was one event that I went to where I was out talking to people for a couple of hours without masks last summer, last year, sometime just recently. That is the first time I've gotten sick since 2019. So I like not having colds. So even if COVID is no longer a thing, I think I'm going to just keep wearing a mask anyways because it's great. I haven't gotten sick in forever. I used to work retail and I would get sick every other month. I have not gotten sick except for that once when I didn't wear a mask. I have not gotten sick from being out in public uh, since 2019. So I like that. And I definitely don't want my husband to get sick either, so that's a big thing. Um, I like him when he's healthy. It's much less stressful. Okay, there we go. Those are my 3 foot pieces. I'm gonna go sew these little V's together, and then I'll probably come back and pin them in place. I do need, let's see, which way? I do need the marks on this piece because I have to line things up properly. So I'll have that there, and there. Okay. So those are the four cardinal points, I guess. Up, down, left, right. So that when I get these done, I can then line up so that like this point goes here, and then this point goes here, and then this middle point, which I will just draw a little line, that goes right there. Just so it's easier for me to line things up and make sure that they go around properly. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go sew those lines and I'll be back to pin. Bucket. Okay, unbucket. Hi, kitty. Hello. A shoulder pet use plushie, like a plushie that sits on your shoulder. Yeah, I've done the magnet one before. I made a shoulder dragon. Actually, it's by the pattern maker BZ, Beezeee. She sold the pattern, or she licensed the pattern to Simplicity, and that one just kind of has a like a bend to it that goes over your shoulder, and then I put a magnet in the belly, so that you could put it on top of your shirt there, and then a magnet underneath. I haven't done the safety pin ones though. Is that just you take the plushie and you pin them in place, or is like the safety pin built into the plushie? Oh, and I already see a problem that I've made with this. So if you look at the edge here, instead of being a nice smooth line, there's kind of a dip in right there. When I turn this into a solid line, that's going to have an issue. So what I need to do to that, to fix that one, let's see, is that the one? Yes, okay, so that's the one I was using. I need to make this point a little bit pointier. So let me grab some paper. I'm going to trace that one out. Oh, just safety pin in place. Yeah, that does seem a lot easier. Yeah, I've done one of the magnet plushies like that. I think they're really fun because then you can carry them around and they don't fall off at all. I see a couple of people walking around conventions and everything that have like the dragons on their shoulders, and that's actually why I decided to make that one, just to test it out. My brother really likes dragons, so I ended up making a shoulder dragon for him there. I actually made a couple because one of them turned out rather strange. I don't know what happened with the fabric. It stretched weird in the wrong way, and instead of having a very nice like dragon looking snout, like instead of being dragony shaped like that, it turned out something more like this. No idea what happened to him though. But that the fabric did something weird, and that dragon was a little bit squonked. His whole face was a bit squonky. Everything else turned out great. His body worked the right way, but something happened with his nose, and he was just an odd looking dragon. Okay, so to fix this, I'll still probably sew this down just to see what it looks like. But to fix the fact that instead of a nice smooth line, I've got a line that looks like that. In order to fix that there, I'm just going to make each of these points a little bit taller. Ooh, a snake. I started a kind of a snake plushie and never actually finished. I don't. Let me see if I can dig that out right now. Yep, this is the start of a plushie that I never actually finished. It has elastic in it so that it wants to curl up. My goal was I was going to make it look like this, and then it was going to be a pretzel snake. So the problem is though, I could not get this elastic to curl enough to do that shape. And so this is just like a straight tube that I made and then put elastic in to give it that curl. I think if I want to do the full snake, I will probably have to cut it in like this shape to begin with and then tuck it around like that. So that was my start of a snake plushie. Just a really rough copy of a pretzel snake. No, the color does not help at all. This could be other things as well. There we go. There. That's poo emoji right there. Let me pin that in place. I think I need a bigger pin. Hang on. I got this. I got the poop. I've got the poo emoji. Ah, nope, missed that. Pin missed. I'm spending way too much time on this. I am super invested in the poo emoji plushie now. Ah, there, second stab of the day. I was originally kind of thinking I would make a snake that was like a cinnamon bun that was all wrapped up and it would have like frosting along the top of it. I do make a plushie that is a pup cake. It's a dog that has frosting, so cupcake, pup cake. Ha ha ha. So I wanted to do some other like dessert type animals to go with it. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna make like a little cinnamon roll and like make the snake with cinnamon roll. But it looked very much like a pile of poo. It was the smiling pile of poo emoji. So I decided to do the pretzel instead, and it doesn't bend quite right. So I'm gonna have to do that a little bit different. Until then, it is the very unfortunate poo. This is also this is some of my scrap fabric, the dark brown that I tend not to use for things because yeah, it's not great. I can't really draw things on it, and it does have a very poo type coloring to it. So this will probably not be anything that I use on stream. My little poo. There we go. It's got a great shape to it though. So eventually I will get back to this and I'll try to make a better little pretzel snake. But that is for a future project. Nobody's paying me to make this snake. This is just something that I want to make on my own. So those kinds of projects get thrown into the bucket of do this much later when I have absolutely nothing else to do. So, okay, got a slightly taller point on this. I'm going to cut these guys out now. Okay, so that should be a better shape there. So I do have, well, I don't have a white marker, but I do have a silver marker. So I have silver Sharpies that I can use to draw on darker fabric. The problem is that, well, they smell like Sharpies. They are kind of stinky and they get all over everything. So they make a huge mess. So if I do use these, I have to like sit and like let them dry for quite a while before I can cut out the fabric. As opposed to if I'm using just the Crayola markers on fabric. Yeah, they get all over my fingers. My hands turn stelly gray throughout the day. But those ones, they wash off, they go away. These guys just get stinky and stay around forever. So when I do use my brown fabric, I do draw on them with either a black permanent marker, which I tried that and you can't really see it on the camera. So it wouldn't look very impressive on stream, or I use my gray markers, but then I have to work really slow. So generally that is just, yeah, the brown fabric's not really going to show up on stream, especially because I have so much of my gray and white test fabric. I can make, I think I've got enough like test fabric for probably 40 or 50 plushies just on hand. I'm not going to run out anytime soon of that stuff. So, I mean, here's my gray. So, giant pile of all that fabric. And even more white. So I am set for some test plushies for quite a while. I buy this stuff by the bolt when it's on sale, so I can get this for like $6-7 a yard versus the expensive stuff, the nice stuff that I use. That stuff is like 15 to 20 a yard. So this is a little over a third of the price. So I prefer using this stuff, and I buy a lot of it. Yeah, that's a lot of plushies there. Generally, you use about a quarter to a third of a yard for like a test plushie, something like this. So I've got a lot here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 4.5 yards. So 12 some plushies just out of white. And that's assuming I have to pattern every bit of it. Usually I know what I'm doing and I just have to pattern a small part. So I can get away with using that even more. And then I've got some gray and some orange and some other small colors that I am steadily trying to use up quickly to then move on to other ones. Okay. Like this little yellow guy. Yes, a yard is very similar to a meter. A the conversion's very, very close. It's something like a meter is a yard plus like 2 to 3 centimeters. They're very, very similar. When you're buying fabric, yard and meter is about interchangeable. Yeah, the difference is something like that. I'm going to actually flip that over. I want to trace on the back, not the front. Yes, there we go. Yep. So yard is just slightly smaller than a meter. Oh no, that doesn't fit there. Ah, just slightly too small fabric there. Ah. Okay, I can fit that there. Let me go see if I have any more yellow fabric. Maybe I can get something else out there. Nope. Okay, so that is the last of my yellow fabric. So I guess I am just going to cut out there. That's unfortunate because I'm missing a little bits there. You still use inches for TVs and monitors, even though you have the metric system, and that's better. That's strange. Is it because maybe just like the companies that make them like sell mostly to the US so that they don't want to change their measurements, I guess? I don't know. That's odd. I would very much like if everybody used the metric system. I think it's a lot better, especially like with me doing plushie making and everything. Uh my sewing machine uses millimeters. My table uses inches. I have to constantly convert everything in between what I'm making here and what I'm sewing over there. It's interesting. My embroideries all use millimeters as well. Like it's just much nicer to say like, oh, this line has to be 2 millimeters thick rather than it's like point zero something of an inch. It's like that's so annoying that you have to get down into the decimals because we don't have a nice small measurement like a millimeter there. Oh, bigger number. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's I think there's a common story. I don't know if this is actually true or if it's just a story that people say, but the like McDonald's and Burger King had a quarter pound, which was 1/4, and then they did a third pound, so 1/3, and people kept going for the quarter pound because four is bigger than three. Yeah, it gets you. The same way that pricing things like 2.99 is better than $3.00 because two is smaller than three when the difference is negligible. But it looks smaller. It looks a lot smaller. Oh, it is true. Okay. I've read it online several times, but I never actually looked up the if it was actually true or not. It feels true. In my heart, it feels true. Okay. I don't think I'm actually going to save any of this yellow fabric. This is just too small for me to cut anything out of at this point. So the rest of this is trash, but I got down to the right at the end there. That was pretty good. And that is the last of my yellow test fabric, I believe. So this didn't always used to be test fabric. Before I found Shannon Minky and then later found Howl Minky, I would make all of my stuffed animals out of this Joanne Fabrics Minky. But then they discontinued this line of fabric. They replaced it with a very similar one, and it's not as nice and fluffy as Shannon. So I'm just pretty much using up everything that I had left of the colors to test them all out and use them up. A&W, not Burger King. Well, yeah, one of them. Yep. a burger store. Okay. Yeah, numbers. So, yep, I'm very slowly getting rid of my colors. The gray and the white, that I actually purchased on purpose to use for test plushies because I can draw on it. All the colorful ones, I believe I've had this one since uh, 2010, 2011. Yeah, probably 2011 is when I bought this one. I made someone a duck, and they claimed it was their own original character. So I made them the duck, and then like 3 years later, I found that duck online. It is not their original character. It's from some sort of a cartoon. So, whoops. I wouldn't have minded making it had they told me that. I try not to make exact copies of things that already exist, though. Like, I like putting my own spin on things.
Customers believe, yeah, okay. Why would they pay for a third of a pound as they did a quarter pound of meat? Because the 4 is larger than the 3. Yup. Yup. Okay, I'm going to go sew these guys up and I'll pin them together along with this one here. So I can sew both of them together and just see which one turns out better because I now have 2 different pattern pieces. So I can just test and see which one makes a better point and then attach it to the foot there. There we go. Yeah, so that already, that curve looks better than this one here where it dips in. So I think this one's going to be the better foot to attach. Patterning the head of a snake. There's a couple of different ways that you could do it. If you want a nice flat head, you're going to do a gusset for the top and the bottom and then like the side piece. Give me 2 seconds and I'll drag out a piece of paper. There we go. This piece has all my muzzle bits from the dog that I made. So let me think. What does a snake look like? Let's see here. So depending on how you want the shape of the snake head, you've got the little like snoot that you boop. And then the head shape here. So you've got your little, that's the tongue. There we go. So you've got your head shape like that. If you want to make it really 3D, what you can also do is then create a piece, something that's going to attach to the side of it. So this front part, you don't want to have much. So it's just going to be like a straight piece here. But then if you want some little 3D shape here, you'd add like a little bump to kind of give that snoot some space. And then as you come back to where the eye is going to be, you go up again, you give it some more space. So essentially you're going to have a piece of fabric that looks like this for the side. And then this just attaches together as you go along. The front part, because you have to go around the front, this part here is just the flat part here. And then however long this part is just whatever's right there. And then this curve, the length of this curve needs to kind of match the length of this curve here. Then you've got the narrow spot again that would match this little narrow spot, and then this curve here that needs to match this curve. The other way that you can make a snake face, if you don't want to do multiple shapes like top and bottom and then 2 sides like this, would be make the little boopy snoot
with the little tongue again. The tongue is the most important part, I think. And then instead of making just the shape of the head here, cut a V into the back of it. And make two of those, one for the top and the bottom. Essentially, that V is going to be the exact same thing that I'm doing here, where it makes it round. So you can make the back of the head round, and then if you're using a stretchy fabric, if the fuzz goes back from the nose to the body, the stretchy fabric is going to go this way. So you can actually just kind of use the two pieces at the front, and then that's going to just stretch into kind of like a pillow shape where it's puffed up, and that's just where the nose is. But then the head, you can give that V to make the head actually rounded in the back there.
You have a dam, but the government decided to actually do some proper job and indicate with signs and evacuation or indicate the dam breaking. Oh no!
That is something that I have realized about people. It doesn't matter if you give them something to read. Most of them are not going to read it. We would have at my store, we would have price signs and labels and big bright letters everywhere, and we would have people walk up, look at the sign, turn to you, and then immediately ask you exactly the question that the sign answered. Hi, Pick. Okay, I'm gonna go sew these two guys, and then come back, and I think this one is going to be the one that I use for the foot. But we'll see how it turns out. Okay, so this was... Oh, Pick, you did. You missed my pile of poo plushie. Speed running marathon. Is that there was something I saw on Tumblr about games played quickly or something like that for charity? Is that what that was? Oh, okay. That sounded really cool. Okay, so I have made both of my feet. Yeah, this one is not looking great. See how there's like, I don't know if you can see there or not, how there's like a bend to it. It's not laying flatly. It does not like that. Versus this one, I don't have those same like dips in the fabric. I'm gonna over exaggerate, but like that kind of a dip to it, where this one is just laying flatly. I think this is gonna be the one that I need to use, because that's just too much of a dip in there. essentially what happened is the tip, the point there was just too wide. So now it wants to go down and in and kind of make a heart shape to the top there. That is the same thing that happened on, let me pull this little guy out. This was the pattern that I made last week from scratch. But if you look at his bottom, he's got some butt cheek going on there. Kind of like that little heart shape to his butt. That's just because that point was a little bit too wide. So when you actually turn it into something 3D, it kind of like pinches in there. So I have to just make that point a little bit like pointier, and then it'll be that nice straight line across that I'm looking for. So, yeah, that's essentially what this foot is attempting to do. It wants to have those two butt cheeks. Here, I'm just going to put the poo back out here. There we go. There's my poo there. The once snake, now it's a poo emoji. Oh, here, if I hide that yellow pin even, then it's all brown. Let's try that. Yeah, there we go. And this is the right one. Okay. Oh, okay. I have to put the pin back. Okay. There. This is going to be very dangerous when I pick it up because there are now lots of sharp bits sticking through to the bottom. There we go. I don't know why I don't just continue with this snake as is. Like that is perfect right there. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Because it's a little sharp right now. I've got pins sticking through everywhere. But if I stitch it down in place so that, ow, if it doesn't actually go anywhere and I don't need the pins sticking through to the bottom, then I can stick them into the center. Because the center is mostly hollow, so that wouldn't matter. Yeah, that'll be my yellow pin holder. Fantastic. Now the blue pins wouldn't really work. I think they're too small to be what, blueberries? I don't know any other blue food, I don't think. I also have red pins. I don't know what food would be red dots either, but that looks like you need to talk to a doctor if you have the red pins in your pile of poo emoji. I'm going to leave a little gap in the foot because that's where it's going to get stuffed through. This is just kind of a pin shorthand that I do for myself. I put 2 pins really close together wherever I want to start and end. That way I know don't sew in between them. Usually it works even. So I'm going to go sew that entire base, and then I'll come back and we'll stuff that, and we will see if that shape works for Helpy's little feet there. So that is version 2. I better label those before I forget. Version 2, version 1. There we go. And I still have the head, or the head, the ball for the antenna that will potentially be for the hands as well. This is the foot base. Technically version 1. I don't have a version 2 of that one. So this is foot top. There we go. So everything's labeled. This is just trash. That did not get used at all. Okay, let me go sew that up, and I will be right back over. Okay. Oh no, your owl's in pain. Oh no. Completely honest. Oh no, I have a hole. Ah, oh no. Okay, so I'm going to go back over and sew that area again. Whoops. A hole that wasn't supposed to be there. So what did I do wrong? Oh, it folded over. Okay, so it just the edge folded over where it wasn't supposed to. I'm just gonna go and quickly stitch that back up. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Let's try that again. Okay, no holes in it now. I'm gonna go get some stuffing for it. Now for the foot, depending on how flat Gary wants the bottom of the foot to be, I do have a couple of options. I can either do the same way that I stuffed the head to be very square shaped and flat on the sides. I can do that same thing with the foot, where I will use, let's see, one of my extra little squares here, where I can just cut this into a circle and put that in the bottom, and then a little bit of like actual stuffing on top of it. Or I have a stabilizer that this stuff here that is very, very stiff. It doesn't like flexing at all, really. It tries to stay flat. I can put a circle of this in the bottom as well. Potentially even double up 2 layers, however thick, however firm it needs to be. But this will keep the bottom from puffing out at all. This will keep it very, very flat. So depending on how flat the bottom should be, I can either stuff it and it just kind of will puff out round, or I can put some of the batting on it, same as the face, or a very firm bottom with the stabilizer there. So for now, though, I'm just going to stuff it normally with the regular stuffing to see how the shape of the top turned out. That's probably all I need. I might have too much here. Okay, that's not bad. I like that. Let's see. I have to pull up my reference image again real quick. The feet are kind of flat, so I don't want to make it too rounded right now, but I can make it more rounded if I need to later just by making this a little bit taller, by increasing that point there. So put a dart in the top and then flat. Yeah, you can do that as well. The big part is just whatever. Oh, and if you're going to attach it to the body, you don't need the points of the head, so it can be flat. Yeah, like that. The biggest thing is just whatever the outline is, make sure it's the same there around it. And if you're making your own pattern, I find the easiest way of making sure that the outlines are the same is cut one out, and then like here I'm going to start, I'll start right here to make sure that it goes around here, and then you just kind of touch them together and rotate one around to walk the edges and make sure that they're the same all the way around. And that gets you close enough, like it's a little bit off. Like when I walk it around, it comes to this first point, whereas really I want it to come to that midpoint. But as long as you're using a stretchy fabric, all of that works out in the stretch. So yeah, if you do like the dart in the top of a snake head and then in the bottom, just make sure that the outlines are the same and everything will connect together nicely. I like doing darts because gussets take a lot of measuring, and I'm not a fan of that. Like I'm doing all this, but none of this is really a gusset work, just to put that center bit in there. So I tend to use darts wherever possible to make shapes. I mean, like, I literally just made something with a dart. So I tend to do that to make things shaped rather than putting gussets in if I can get away with it. So there's my foot. So I now have the head for Gary. Or, no, not Gary. That is Helpy. I have the head for Helpy. I have the antenna ball and potentially also the hands, just depending on what size they are. I have a test version of the wire to see how strong that is. For the foot, let's see. Can I stab it through here? Hang on. Yes, there we go. So wire stabs in there. I don't want to take it off of this yet because I do want to complete the whole thing. But I do have that there. It is maybe not strong enough to hold up the entire body. So one of the options I gave to Helpy's owner is I could do this as a really heavy duty wire for the legs just to put that support in there. But then for like the arms, I can do a lighter weight just so that you have like the shape there. So yeah, if it's trying to stab into the stuffing. Come on. There we go. Like that, you can pose the arm without it really collapsing there. That's fairly strong. I don't know if this is strong enough to support the entire weight of the plushie standing up though. So I might use a thicker wire, like the 16 gauge or something even thicker than that. I might go to the hardware store and grab like a 10 gauge or something, which is like basically a copper pipe at that point in time. How do I make sure that the wire doesn't come out of the body? So it's really what I'm going to do at the ending here is wrap this around something. I don't think I have the foam right now. I basically get a small piece of foam and I wrap this around the foam to hold it all in place. And then that foam, like a little brick of foam, is what's going to go inside the body. And then I'm going to sew up the hole around it so that that foam can't come out again. It's kind of going to hook it in place. Like, essentially like this, where this is the thing inside the body. Like, that's not going to come back out again. But that way it gives it a base inside so that it doesn't, like, rotate or, like, twist around. And it also keeps all of this, like, I can push the wire out of here right now if I wanted to. Or I can pull it so that the wire is back inside. Slowly, like that. So if I have both the threads and the end of the wire tethered to a bit of foam, it kind of works like a plug that it's not going to come back out past there, and everything's going to stay in place. So for this one, I'm just going to the end of it, and then I will tie a knot like I did at this end. But that's just a kind of a test version of what I'm doing. The actual wire that I'm going to do is going to be in gray, like a dark gray for the antenna and a light gray for the arms. And it'll have like a tether on the end of it that goes inside the stuffed animal there. Yes, you can use the wire for dragon wings. Depending on how big the wings are, you might want a different type of wire. Wire is measured by the gauge. Gauge, G-A-G-E, I think it is. G-A-U-G-E, something like that. Gauge of the wire is just how thick the wire is. For something like dragon wings, you might, if you really want them to stay out, you might want to use something that's a little bit thicker. Something like, this is my 16 gauge wire. This is really, really thick. This will support a lot of weight and it will stay straight. That would probably be really good for holding up the dragon. And if you need like even thicker wire, the thicker the wire, the lower the number. So like this is 16, whereas this, let me untangle. This is 26. So 16 to 26, that's the difference there. I hope this is actually on camera. I can't actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, there we go. So like 16 to 26 there. That's the difference. This stuff is incredibly lightweight. It bends a lot. It does not support much weight at all. This is much more, I put this inside of like jewelry or cords for necklaces that need to keep a certain like shape to them. Whereas this is something that actually supports weight and holds things in place. It does not like bending. Yeah, I am going to ask Lan, the person who owns Lan, to see if they want wire inside the wings to make them posable as well. In which case, I will be using the 16 gauge, this incredibly tough wire. Pipe cleaners do work as well. Pipe cleaner. So essentially, a pipe cleaner is just two pieces of wire that are twisted around each other with fuzz stuck in between. So you can make your own pipe cleaners if you want to. You just take two wires, put a bunch of fuzz in there, and then twist everything. And the more often you twist it, the more it fuzzes up. I don't use pipe cleaners just because there's two wires in there And I like to be able to control the end of the wire. I don't like the sharp bits hanging around. So if I just have one end and I know exactly where it is, I can then bend it around and take care of it. And pipe cleaners don't usually have multiple types of thickness, whereas I will use multiple different varieties of wire. Like this is my medium wire. This is like a 22 gauge. I've used I think the thickest wire I have used is a 10 gauge, which was like it did not bend at all. That was so sturdy. But I'll use different gauges, and you can't really find those inside the pipe cleaners. So, have them for the kids? Oh, okay. Yep. I started out with pipe cleaners. When I was first making plushies that had like actual wire inside them, I did start with pipe cleaners. I made fabric masks in 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic, and I did put pipe cleaners inside like the nose as well to keep them in place. Not a huge fan of them though. There's just too many sharp edges, and then you have to deal with the fuzzies and everything. So I just use plain wire, and if I need it to be not wire, I wrap thread, or you could do pretty much anything. You could put this is embroidery floss, like for handmade embroidery. You can put cord, you can put yarn, just anything around it. And then this disc is called a Kumehimo disc. I'm going to type that in chat. But essentially what you do is you just work your way around it, moving the thread from one side to the other. And as you do that, it wraps itself around the whatever center you have. You can put wire in the center. You can even do nothing in the center if you really want to. But that's like for making bracelets and things. So you just essentially wrap it around whatever the center is to make a cord out of it. So that's pretty cool. And it's just very methodical. You're doing the exact same motion over and over and over. Let's see. Okay, so Kumehimo disc. I think I spelled that all right. So that's the disc that I have here for essentially just wrapping cord, decoratively wrapping cord around things. So yep, I asked the question to Helpy's owner, like what kind of wire they want, how thick it is, and if this was too thin, even if they want it to be thicker, what I will do is you take like yarn or some other cord and you put it down in the center with the wire so that you're wrapping around the wire and the cord, and then it just makes a thicker cord there. So yep, couple of options there, but this was just my test to make sure that the type of wire would actually support the pieces that are going to go on to him. So kind of fun. Let's see. What else do I need to do today? I don't need this. Yeah, if I stretch it, okay, so I'm going to stretch this over the top here. And essentially, yeah, I get some little butt cheeks looking there. It's that little lumpy bit there that doesn't want to lay flat. So that number one is bad. I'm going to actually toss both of these because they're not going to work for anything. I'm not going to put those in the bucket because they don't work, but this one is good. I've got the base there. I've got that there. So I've got the foot, a potential hand, a antenna on top of him. I've done the eye. That test all worked. I've got the mouth kind of placed out where it would be. I'll take a picture of this and make sure that this actually looks right, that the sizes are correct. before I turn this into an embroidery design and then have my machine do the whole thing for me. According to Google, okay, yeah. I knew it was something like that, Kumehimo, but I didn't know the exact spelling, so fantastic. Using the Panda, when you used the pipe cleaners for the candles, did you put them inside of something or did you just have them sticking up out of it? I think I'm at a stopping point with Helpy today. I can't do the body until I ask the questions. I need to check the size on the body parts. I need to figure out what the wire is. So I've got a bunch of questions to ask about Helpy. I have to ask about the wing size and wire for Lan here. So he's all set up. He's got his wing there. I'm going to take a picture with that, see if that's a better size than last time. If it is, then I can start on his hair, which I can work on tomorrow. I also really need to make some of the narwhals and or some bats. So maybe I will do that tomorrow regardless of what people get back to me. I might just work first on some small, like busy work kind of things. The pipe cleaner inside me. Oh, okay. Neat. That's really cool. Yeah, I like putting wire into the plushies because then they are like they move around and they have form, and that's really cool. I don't do it all that often though. A lot of times the plushies I make are just more like squishy and good for hugging, good for squishing. So they don't usually have wire or armature in them. There's also plastic armature that you can use that works about the same as wire, but it's thicker and it doesn't have as much flexibility. Like wire you can bend to any shape. The armature you can kind of get some form of a bend to. It does have the upside of the armature doesn't bend or doesn't break. Like if you have some wire and you just continuously bend it back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, eventually it does break. If that's inside of a plushie, then you have to send it to the person who made it to have them fix the wire, which is doable, but then you have to like actually mail out your plushie and wait for it to come back. Or fix it yourself, I guess. If you know what you're doing, you can also fix the wire that way. But it's less fun. The armature doesn't usually break down inside, but that's more for like teddy bears or like human dolls. Something that just poses and then stands there. For things like this where the arm and legs are supposed to be floating, you probably don't want the really thick armature to do that. So, okay, well, I am going to, I think, wrap up for today. All of the Helpy bits are going to go into the bucket. I will pull them back out to take pictures of them later on. But I also want to take pictures of Lan, so I'm going to get everything cleaned up and then come back to the picture taking afterwards. Let me fold that up. There we go. So there's my bucket. My Helpy bucket. That can go, well, it doesn't fit on my table over there anymore because my table is full, but it's going to go on the floor next to my table. So my table only fits 4 buckets. I have 4, 5, 6, I've got 7 buckets. I am hoping to finish one up, hopefully tonight or tomorrow. That's this bucket here. I'm making a quilt for a friend who had a baby. So I put together most of the top here. I'll just move my poo. There we go. So I put together most of the top. I still need to put these sides on all four edges. This I'm going to do off of stream though. This is not something I want to do on stream because quilting is a lot of math and like lining things up and precision. And I don't think I could talk about what I'm doing while doing it without messing something up. Breaking metal by bending it too many times is called work hardening. Quite possibly. I do know it's basically hardening the metal. The more you bend it, the harder it gets and the more brittle it gets, which is what causes it to then break. So, work hardening, that does make sense. Hi, Juno. No, you. Are you saying I'm not wrapping up for the day? It's been almost 6 hours. I've gotten a lot of stuff done today. So I need to finish this. I have to put all the four edges on this, and then I'm going to quilt this all together. I'm going to have my embroidery machine quilt this all together. I made a design that's just like a couple of, like line drawing of some teddy bears that I copied from a teddy bear on Google. I'm not selling this, so I don't care that I am tracing somebody else's teddy bear. I'm making this just for a friend. So I traced somebody's teddy bear. I turned I flipped one upside down and one right side up, and then I'm going to make a line of little teddy bears all the way across for it. So, no, I made a smiling pile of poo emoji with corn, and what did we decide these ones were? Was that red peppers? Bell peppers? This is my magnum opus. I cannot top this today. No matter how long I stream, this is it. I mean, look at this. This is amazing. At one point it was a snake. Now it is better. So I think I am going to find a raid target. I am going to clean up and then probably wash my hands so that all of the magic marker is off of them, so that then when I work on a quilt, I don't leave gray smudges everywhere. And I'm going to try and get that finished up today so that tomorrow when I come back to stream, I can try and work more on Lan, work more on the little helpy robot that's down there. And do other fun things that are not counting little squares. Yeah, so let's see who is on. Who is interesting on? If anybody has suggestions for somebody to raid, let me know. Let's see. There is somebody who is crocheting that I raided into on Thursday. Whoops. Oh, whoop. Well. I did not mean to delete your message there. I can't click on things. Oh no. I'm so sorry. So there's a little trash can, and if you click on it, you delete things. Oops. Let's see. Ninten Hawk. Let's see. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. Okay. I am having a lot of fun watching people play Tears of the Kingdom. I haven't even so I'm playing Breath of the Wild very very slowly in that I don't think I've picked it up for a couple of months now. But I'm still on the plateau at the beginning. So I haven't even made it off there. Um but I am very much enjoying everybody playing Tears of the Kingdom, especially the people who are making brand new like cars and like somebody made a space shuttle and launched a Korok up into space. Okay. Yeah, so we will raid over to Nintendo Hawk. Am I saying that right? And then, oh, fantastic. Okay, let's see here. I Nintendo, like Nintendo. Okay, that makes sense. And then, if you want to do the raid call, it is Moose Raid with some little emojis. And then I have to type like this. Okay. Maybe this worked. We will see. Well, thank you everybody for stopping by. We're gonna go raid somebody playing Tears of the Kingdom, Nintendo Hawk, and I will be back tomorrow working on more plushies and other stuff. Maybe some narwhals as well. And I can't even copy my own raid message. Oh my goodness. I am sure I know what I'm doing here. Ugh. So, okay, yep, I will be back tomorrow. Thank you all for stopping by. I will see you then. Thanks. Bye, guys.